Chapter 1251. He's in the professor's building at Imperial Capital University. He Qingjin's voice was steady and powerful. Gunyinji calmed down a lot. Some people had the ability to keep their word. But I'm in Russia. Even if I fly back immediately, it won't do. Gunyinji felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured over her. She felt a chill run down her spine. You're in Russia? He Chengjian was also stunned. He began to panic, and his expression darkened. Why did you go to Russia? Weren't you by Jichu's side? However, this wasn't the time to pursue responsibility. He Chengjian's mind raced, and he immediately said, Then can you help find someone to send Jichu to the hospital? Find a doctor who specializes in treating you. I remember Jichu saying. Gunyinji immediately thought of Chunlai. In her hurry, she didn't carefully consider why he Chengjian insisted on letting the doctor who treated her save Jichu. She just felt that this idea couldn't be better. Jichu was a cautious person and paid attention to his privacy. Chunlai was tight-lipped and wouldn't speak carelessly. She quickly said, Okay, I'll call Dr. Chun right now. Please wait a moment. She then started to dial Chunlai's phone. However, after dialing for a long time, she couldn't get through. She recalled what Vladimir had said about blocking all signals here, and felt that something was wrong. She switched back to He Chengjian's number and found that he was still online. The call hadn't been hung up. Mr. He, I can't get through here. May I ask how you? Before Gunyinji could finish her question, He Chengjian seemed to understand her question and immediately said, I'll transfer the call for you. You can dial the number first. Gunyinji, although she had many doubts, she still dialed Chunlai's number for Jichu's sake. After a while, the sound of Chun-Lai picking up the phone came from the other end. Gunyinji sighed softly. Gunyinji? Why are you calling me at this time? Chun-Lai looked at his watch. It was already midnight. Gunyinji hadn't thought of the jet lag for a moment. She said embarrassedly, Brother Chun, sorry to disturb you. It's like this. I just found out that Professor, he has an acute illness, and I heard he's unconscious. Can you go to the B University professor's building immediately and take him to the hospital for treatment? Chunlai was a doctor with a parental heart. He immediately said, Is it serious? Should we send an ambulance? Gunyinji nodded. I still have to. I don't know how serious it is, but Professor He's father just called me. He wants me to save him. She then gave Chun-Lai the address of Professor He Jichu's building and the password to open the door. She used to go in and out of He Jichu's suite often, so she hoped that he hadn't changed the password. Chun-Lai immediately called for his medical team, and the ambulance sped towards the B University professor's building. Because it was an ambulance and it was late at night in the Imperial capital, their journey was smooth. It only took them 15 minutes to arrive at the B University professor's building from the Special Operations Forces headquarters. But for Gunyinji and He Chengjian, it was the longest 15 minutes. Gunyinji had been holding her phone the whole time, so she didn't even notice that Vladimir and the driver had arrived. The puppy, little Corgi, looked at the milk bottle in the middle-aged driver's hand and howled. It kept using its short legs to reach for it. The middle-aged driver stretched out his fan-like hand and pulled little Corgi out of Gunyinji's arms. She didn't even notice, focused completely on the phone. Seeing this, Vladimir guarded in front of the curtain of the side hall, not letting anyone in. 15 minutes later, Chun-Lai's voice came through the phone. Professor He? Professor He? He used the password Gunyinji had given him to open He Jichu's door. He looked around and found him lying on the floor of the dining room. His teeth were clenched tightly, and he had fainted. He was immediately given a routine checkup. Chun-Lai noticed that his heart was beating weaker and weaker. Without hesitation, he took out the equipment and performed a strong cardiopulmonary resuscitation on He Jichu. It had to be said that if Chun-Lai had come a minute later, He Jichu's heart would have stopped beating and caused irreversible damage to his brain. At that time, even if he was saved, he would have become demented. To the proud He Jichu, this was worse than death. Time passed by. Chun-Lai's superb medical skills, advanced equipment, and timely diagnosis and treatment finally saved He Jichu. His heartbeat gradually returned to normal. Not long after, He Jichu opened his eyes. Chun-Li breathed a sigh of relief and ordered someone to lift He Ji-Chu up. He said, "Professor He, you fainted just now. Let's go to the hospital for a full examination now." He Ji-Chu shook his head. His voice was still cold and clear, although it was a little weak. He said, "No need. I'll go lie in bed for a while. I'll recover after sleeping." Hearing his words, Gun Yinji and He Chengjian breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. "Brother Chun, let me talk to Professor He." Gun Yinji was anxious to persuade He Ji-Chu to go to the hospital. If he was sick, he had to see a doctor. He couldn't hide his illness for fear of treatment. Chun-Li had been wearing a Bluetooth headset to talk to Gun Yinji. Hearing this, he took out his phone and handed it to He Ji-Chu. He said, "Professor He, it's all thanks to Yinji today. She called me to save you." He Ji-Chu came back to his senses and remembered what had happened before he fainted. The last person he saw was his father, so why was it Gun Yinji who called? Gun Yinji was clearly in Moscow, Russia. He put the phone to his ear, and Gun Yinji's anxious voice came through. "Professor He, you should go to the hospital with Brother Chun. If you don't want to go to a normal hospital, you can go to Brother Chen's." Professor He's eyes revealed a trace of nostalgia. Perhaps it was because sick people were always a little fragile, and his disguise had a crack. He Ji-Chu said softly, "Actually, I'm fine now that I'm awake. It was an accident just now." Of course being sick is an accident. Is it normal? Gun Yinji was impatient. "Hurry up and go to the hospital. It wasn't easy for me to find someone to save you. Don't make me regret saving you." The tone of her voice. He Ji-Chu couldn't help but laugh. After a while, he replied gently, "I'll go to the hospital with Chun-Li." He then said, "Don't worry. Have fun in Moscow. I'll call you tomorrow." Gun Yinji nodded. "Even if you don't call, I'll call back." Chun-Li ordered someone to bring a stretcher over and put He Ji-Chu on it to take him away. "Yinji, let's get in the car." Chun-Li continued to talk to Gun Yinji. He wanted to tease her about her huge engagement with Hua Xiaoheng, but he realized that he couldn't get through to her. This girl is so quick to burn the bridge after crossing it. Chun-Li pursed his lips and dialed Gun Yinji's number back. It showed that the number you dialed was not in the service area. Chun-Li, Gun Yinji realized that the phone had also been disconnected. When she dialed back, it was the same as when she couldn't find a signal earlier. She switched back to He Chengjian's number, only to find that his phone had also been disconnected. She dialed again, but it also didn't get through. Gun Yinji, Vladimir walked over and looked at Gun Yinji in confusion. "Were you on the phone just now?" "Yes." Gun Yinji kept pressing on her phone, trying to check her call history with He Chengjian. "A friend has an acute illness and just got a doctor to save him." "Oh." The middle-aged driver hugged the short-legged little corgi with one hand and fed it goat milk with the other. He asked in confusion, "But how did you get through?" They all knew that the signal was blocked here today. If they wanted to make a call, they had to use a landline. Gun Yinji spread her hands and said with a smile, "I don't know either. I was suddenly able to get through. Maybe your shielding technology isn't good enough, or maybe my friend was just lucky." This explanation wasn't impossible, but it was too much of a coincidence. Vladimir suspected that the Huaxiao Empire's Special Operations Forces had some special way to bypass the signal shield. The KGB also had this kind of technology, but only a few people at the highest levels could use it. This was because to do this, the phone needed to be specially made, and it also needed the cooperation of a team to bypass the shield. Gun Yinji wasn't a member of the Special Operations Forces, so how would she know how to use it? However, when she thought about how she had just gotten engaged to Hua Xiaoheng, she felt relieved. It shouldn't be surprising for the fiancé of the commander of the Special Operations Forces to use this method. Vladimir found a reason for Gun Yinji's actions himself. He smiled and said, "Your friend is really lucky. He can go buy a lottery ticket now." "He doesn't need to buy a lottery ticket. He has plenty of money." Gun Yinji smiled and blinked. She took the little corgi puppy and the bottle from the middle-aged driver and continued to feed it. When Hua Xiaoheng lifted the curtain and walked in, he saw Gun Yinji holding something in her arms and holding a bottle in her other hand. She was feeding it like a baby. Her expression was focused and her posture was gentle. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help thinking that if it were his and her child. He curled his lips and walked over happily. When he saw that it was only a puppy in Gun Yinji's arms, he frowned in disdain. Where did this puppy come from? Or is it a corgi? Hua Xiaoheng saw the iconic short legs at a glance. Yes, it's a gift from someone. Isn't it cute? Gun Yinji knew that Ji-Chu had been saved, so she was in a good mood. She held up the little corgi for Hua Xiaoheng to see. Hua Xiaoheng. This was the third update of the day. Chapter 1241. You're lucky. Good night, my dears. Chapter 1252. A gift for you? Hua Xiaoheng looked around quickly. Who gave it to you? So someone had given Gun Yinji a corgi puppy in the Kremlin less than half an hour after he left? Hua Xiaoheng's eyes narrowed. To be able to use President Pushin to send Hua Xiaoheng away just to get close to Gun Yinji and give her a corgi puppy. This person was basically on the verge of appearing. Gun Yinji smiled and said, "Guess." Hua Xiaoheng immediately replied, "It's little Demi?" Gun Yinji. No way. When Hua Xiaoheng came over, little Demi and his mother had already left. How did he guess that it was someone who wasn't even present? Gun Yinji's sudden stiff expression confirmed Hua Xiaoheng's guess. He reached out and picked up the puppy, which had just opened its eyes. He looked at it calmly and said, "It's only been a few days since it was born, right? I heard it's been more than a week." Gun Yinji pursed her lips and was still puzzled. "How did you know little Demi gave it to me? Did someone tell you?" Gun Yinji's gaze fell on Vladimir, who was standing next to Hua Xiaoheng. The second in command of the KGB quickly shook his head. No. I swear I never said anything to Major General Hua." The middle-aged driver also waved his hand. "I've been feeding the puppy with you here the whole time. I didn't have the time or place to commit the crime." Commit the crime. The corners of Gun Yinji's mouth twitched. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said leisurely, "It's not hard to guess. Who would be so important as to ask President Pushin to help him send me away?" Gun Yinji. She quickly beamed and shook Hua Xiaoheng's arm. "I knew Major General Hua was the smartest." Mua. She pursed her lips and kissed Hua Xiaoheng, then reached out to ask for the little corgi puppy back. Hua Xiaoheng was still holding the poor puppy. He swung it in the air twice and said, "Such a small dog. It hasn't been trained yet, right?" Gun Yinji nodded. Little Demi said that he has to grow up a little more. He can only start training after he's 1 month old. Hua Xiaoheng pinched little corgi's chubby little legs and said calmly, "Okay, leave it to me. I'll get someone to train it before raising it for you." You want to help me train Aku?" Gun Yinji's eyes lit up. Really? Yeah. Hua Xiaoheng responded and glanced sideways at Gun Yinji. "Aku. Yes, that's the name I gave it." Gun Yinji smiled. "If it's a little bitch, it'll be called Aku, the Ku from the slanting jade. But it was a little male dog, so let's call it Aku. Corgi's corgi." Hua Xiaoheng smirked. "You really know how to take advantage of the situation. All right, get it back to me first. I'll take care of it for a few days and send it to you for training when I return to China." Gun Yinji couldn't bear to part with the cute, short-legged Aku. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was indifferent. He still held onto the corgi puppy and said, "I'm free for the next 2 weeks. I want to take you out to play. It's not convenient to bring a puppy with you." "Huh? You want to take me out to play?" Gun Yinji was excited. She grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's arm and wanted to jump on him. Really? You really want to take me out to play?" "Yes." Hua Xiaoheng handed the corgi puppy to Gun Yinji. "Do you still want to take it with you? We'll go on a trip to Siberia." No. It's only been a week old, so it's not suitable for travel." Gun Yinji still felt sorry for her little Aku and quickly said, "Then what should we do? Who's going to take it? How about this? I'll get someone to send it back to China in advance." Hua Xiaoheng frowned slightly. "This puppy is too young and needs to be vaccinated. Don't hold it all the time." Yes. No problem." Gun Yinji clasped her hands together at the little corgi and said cutely, "Papa and Mama have something to do and have to go out. Aku, you have to be good." The little corgi let out a loud woof, as if it was very angry. Hua Xiaoheng. Gun Yinji's heart ached terribly. She quickly reassured it and watched as Hua Xiaoheng carried the puppy out. The middle-aged driver watched from the side with a smile. After Hua Xiaoheng left, he nudged Vladimir, who was standing next to him, with his elbow and said, "Impressive. You got rid of an opponent without any bloodshed. Is this the first day you heard about Major General Hua?" Vladimir kicked him disdainfully. "Hurry up and go back to prepare. I'm afraid we'll have to go on a trip with them for the next 2 weeks." Hua Xiaoheng carried the little corgi to the Kremlin and made a phone call. Not long after, the Huaxiao Empire's embassy in Moscow sent a military officer over and took the little corgi from Hua Xiaoheng. "Have any of you returned to China recently? If so, help me bring this corgi back and send it to Colonel Yin Shixiang of the Special Operations Forces," Hua Xiaoheng ordered. "Yes, sir." That person was actually Hua Xiaoheng's subordinate. He quickly stood at attention and saluted. Then, he respectfully took the puppy from Hua Xiaoheng's hands and stroked its fur. He even purred at the puppy, as if he was doting and happy. He happily carried the puppy and turned around to leave. Hua Xiaoheng, a grown man showing such a girly expression to a little puppy, was really degrading. Hua Xiaoheng instantly decided that if he had a son in the future, he would never let him raise a puppy. Even if he had to raise one, he would raise a majestic German shepherd. A day later, Yin Shixiang stood in his office with his hands behind his back. He stared at the little corgi in a small cardboard box. Poor little corgi. Its legs were too short, and it used all its strength to stand up. After standing up with great difficulty, it tried its best to raise its head, wanting to see who the person in front of it was. Yin Shixiang successfully pressed the little corgi, who had just stood up, down with one finger. He then called Hua Xiaoheng and said with a bitter expression, "Major General Hua, what do you mean by this?" Then, out of the blue, a puppy from the city of Moscow in Russia came to him. Even though it was a very cute corgi, it was still a dog. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "I don't mean anything. It's not for you." He then said, "I have a mission for you." "Yes, sir." Yin Shixiang quickly stood up and became serious. "Please speak. Send this corgi to the professional dog training department and train it like a military dog." "What?" Yin Shixiang cried out involuntarily. "Short-legged corgi like a military dog. Major General Hua, how did this corgi offend you? You want to do this to it?" Hua Xiaoheng was impatient. "Just do it. Stop talking so much nonsense. Don't you need to pay for international calls? Don't waste the department's funds by nagging." He hung up the phone. Yin Shixiang stared at the ringing phone, then looked at the little corgi that still didn't know what kind of fate it was facing. He wiped his tears and carried the cardboard box to look for a colleague who specialized in dog training. This was probably the first little corgi in the world that had been trained as a military dog since it was young. Gunyinji was also on the phone at this time. When she woke up in the morning, the first call she made was to Chun Lai's office. "May I ask if Brother Chun is there?" Gunyinji asked with a smile after the call connected. Chun Lai picked up the phone and sneered. "Ninji, aren't you burning bridges?" "Gunyinji, you asked me to save your people yesterday and immediately hung up the phone. And you still say you're not burning bridges?" Chun Lai pretended to be angry. "Brother Chun, I'm very angry. The consequences will be very serious." Gunyinji quickly explained, "I didn't hang up on you yesterday. The signal there wasn't good yesterday. I finally got through to you, but it didn't take long before I couldn't get through again." Chun Lai nodded. "I was just joking. Don't be nervous." Gunyinji smiled and continued to ask, "Brother Chun, how is Professor He?" Chun Lai knew that Gunyinji must have called at this time to ask about He Jichu's condition. He looked at the medical record and said, "Everything is normal, but his emotions are a little unstable. This is what happens when he's anxious and angry. His heart is a little weak, but it's not a big deal. He just needs to rest well. I heard that he has medicine with him, but he hasn't taken it much recently." Gunyinji breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. I was really scared yesterday. Fortunately, Brother Chun was here. Brother Chun, I'll treat you to dinner when we get back." "What dinner? I saved your people, and you're only treating me to dinner?" Chun Lai snorted. "You're so famous in Moscow. You should at least treat me to 2 meals." Gunyinji burst out laughing. "No problem. Even 3 meals is no problem." Chun Lai also laughed. He rubbed his bald head and said with emotion, "Congratulations, Ninji. You and Major General Hua have finally seen the light. Congratulations. Chunlai was one of the few people who knew that Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng were actually married. However, because Gun Yinji extremely disliked Hua Xiaoheng at that time, she was almost forced to sign a marriage contract with Hua Xiaoheng. Chunlai could imagine how much effort Hua Xiaoheng had put in to achieve this result. The relationship between two people could only come to fruition if both sides put in the effort. If only one party worked hard, it wouldn't go far. For example, Gun Yinji kept wanting to break up at that time. If Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to make it up, then the two of them would definitely drift apart and eventually become strangers. Gun Yinji was also very emotional. She looked at the big diamond ring on her finger and smiled. Yes, thank you, Brother Chun. I also thank you on behalf of Major General Hua. Oh, you're showing off, Mrs. was so quickly. Chunlai laughed at her, then asked, Do you want to talk to Professor He? Gun Yinji quickly nodded. Is it convenient? If Professor He is resting, then forget it. No, he's standing in front of me, staring at my phone like a tiger watching its prey. Chunlai said faintly, then handed the phone to He Jichu. He Jichu was wearing Chunlai's hospital gown. He was still as handsome as ever. He didn't answer the phone. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed, and he said coldly, Let Yinji call my phone. He then turned around and returned to his ward. Chunlai, F***CK. He's putting on airs. They're all masters. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1242, We're all masters. The second update was at 1 p.m., and the third update was at 8 p.m. Chapter 1253. Gun Yinji heard He Jichu's voice on the phone and finally confirmed that he was fine. She was in a good mood and immediately dialed He Jichu's number. He Jichu's phone rang before he could return to his room. You can't hear my voice, so you're afraid of blurting out your name. It was as if I was certain that I would meet you, as if we had exchanged eyes before, as if I had seen you somewhere before. The long and sorrowful prelude sounded, and a man's low voice sang softly, as if fate was knocking on the door. Chunlai heard He Jichu's ringtone and couldn't help but look up at him. Was this Gun Yinji's exclusive ringtone? He Jichu unlocked his phone and closed the door. With one hand in his trouser pocket and the other holding his phone, He Jichu walked to the window and looked at the sunlight outside. Yinji, thank you for saving me. Gun Yinji laughed. Professor He, are you feeling better? You're too polite. How many times have you saved me? I only saved you once. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to save you. He Jichu, I'm fine. By the way, how did you know I was sick? He Jichu pulled down the curtains and leaned against the windowsill as he asked with a smile. Your father called me, Gun Yinji said without hesitation. Professor He, your father treats you so well. I can feel that he really loves you. When he saw that you were sick, he was so worried that he even found my number. He Jichu's heart sank. My father called you? So before he fainted, he really did see his father's video, and it wasn't an illusion. When he had just woken up yesterday, he had his doubts. He clearly remembered seeing his father, but why was it Gun Yinji who called Chunlai to save him? Yesterday, he was too anxious and didn't have time to speak. He had to get to the bottom of this today. He Jichu coughed lightly and asked, My father? Are you sure it was my father? He said yes, and he even showed me the video of you fainting. He really wanted me to help save you. Although I didn't see what he looked like, I didn't think his voice was fake. It was your father. His tone couldn't lie. Even if he was a liar who had his own difficulties. Gun Yinji thought to herself indulgently. That man had saved Professor He and given her a chance to save Professor He. Gun Yinji was very grateful to him. He Jichu rubbed his forehead speechlessly. Okay, I got it. Yinji, congratulations. Gun Yinji. After a while, she smiled. Thank you, Professor He. Hua Xiaoheng is quite considerate. He Jichu said lightly. The engagement ceremony I gave you was worthy of your status. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him get away with it so easily. Hua Xiao must have been very considerate to have received Professor He's approval. Gun Yinji played along with He Jichu's tone, not wanting to make him angry. Chunlai had said that He Jichu's relapse this time was due to anger. Gun Yinji didn't want him to be angered again. Hijichu nodded. When do you plan to get married? Gun Yinji really hadn't thought about this problem. She and Huo Xiaoheng had already gotten their marriage certificate, so these people were probably asking when the wedding would be held. Because Russian President Vladimir Putin had already said that he would be a witness, their wedding probably couldn't be decided by themselves anymore. Gun Yinji said tactfully, "This question depends on what Major General Hua says. I have to discuss it with him." "You listen to him?" Hijichu sneered disapprovingly. "Yinji, this is your wedding. There's only one main character at the wedding, and that's the bride. Don't put the cart before the horse." Gun Yinji felt a little guilty and chuckled. "I want to, but considering our witness, I can probably only be one of the main characters." Hijichu shook his head and walked back to the hospital bed to sit down. He poured himself a glass of water and said, "No matter how high the status of the witness is, he can't surpass the bride's limelight. Yinji, I'll take you down the red carpet when the time comes, okay?" Gun Yinji didn't have a father, so Hijichu wanted to be her family member, lead her down the red carpet, and then hand her over to Huo Xiaoheng. Gun Yinji was so touched that her voice choked. "Professor He, are you really willing to take me down the red carpet?" Although there was still no sign of the wedding, when she thought of Professor He, whom she respected the most and who was like family to her, leading her down the red carpet, she felt that even if she didn't have a father, she wouldn't have any regrets. Hijichu looked ahead indifferently, his shimmering almond-shaped eyes devoid of emotion. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I take the initiative to bring it up? Then I'll remember it. When the time comes, Professor He, don't go back on your word." Gun Yinji smiled and made an agreement with Hijichu. The two of them chatted for a while before Chun Lai knocked on the door. "Hijichu, it's time to take your medicine. After that, you'll go to bed. I'm going to disconnect the internet." "Hijichu," Gun Yinji heard Chun Lai's voice and quickly said, "Then I'll hang up. Professor He, rest well and recover as soon as possible. I'll be back in 2 weeks. I still have a lot to discuss with Professor He." The Angel in the World Foundation's lawsuit was about to be concluded, and the date of her father's death was about to come to an end. In 2 weeks, she would receive all of the Gu family's assets. When that time came, she would see if there were any new clues about her father. After calling Hijichu, Gun Yinji called Ma Chichi again. Ma Chichi was just about to take a nap. When she saw that it was Gun Yinji's call, she immediately picked it up and shouted, "Yinji, you finally called. TSK, TSK. Our identities are really different now. It's really not easy to talk to you for a while." Gun Yinji spat. "Chichi, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" "I did it on purpose." Ma Chichi giggled. "Hurry up and tell me the truth. What was Major General Hua's proposal about? Did he really propose in front of that unknown warrior's grave?" Gun Yinji nodded. "Yes, it was there. Damn, that's so cool." Ma Chichi circled the room excitedly. "I'm afraid only someone like Major General Hua would have such creativity. Gimmicks like stars, beaches, and drones dropping rings are nothing compared to this." Gun Yinji burst out laughing. "Chichi, don't make enemies for me. What did the drones do to you?" Ma Chichi chuckled. "Actually, I was mocking Big Xiong. When he proposed to me, it was really romantic, but because it was too romantic, it was a little arrogant and not meaningful enough. Chichi, don't push your luck." Gun Yinji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's like a city is under siege. The people in the city want to go out, and the people outside the city want to come in. Hey, this is used to describe marriage. How can you use it so carelessly? Ma Chi-Chi corrected her and asked her, "When are you coming back? When do you plan to hold the wedding?" "I've already said that if I'm not married by then I'll be your bridesmaid." Bridesmaids were usually unmarried women. Of course, there were also married women, depending on the situation. "No problem. You'll definitely be my bridesmaid." Gun Yinji thought about contacting her roommates from undergrad to see if they were willing to be her bridesmaids. That would be it. Ma Chi-Chi blew her a kiss in satisfaction. "Then when are you coming back? I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you. Soon. There's still 2 weeks." Gun Yinji giggled and exchanged a few more words with her before putting down the phone. Just as she was about to rest for a while, her phone rang instead. She looked at the caller and saw that it was actually Song Jinning. She quickly swiped open her phone and said with a blush, "Ms. Song, you haven't taken a nap yet?" Song Jinning smiled brightly and said gently, "Nianji, congratulations on your engagement. It seems that my son is quite capable. He was able to tie down a genius girl. Gu Nianji, since you're already engaged, the wedding schedule should be put on the table." Song Jinning reminded her. "I'll remind Xiaoheng about this. Nianji, you just have to dress up nicely and be responsible for being beautiful on your wedding day." Gu Nianji's heart warmed, and she nodded heavily. "I'll listen to Ms. Song." "Oh, you're still calling me Ms. Song like Xiaoheng?" Song Jinning chuckled. "Shouldn't you change the way you address me?" "Gu Nianji, Ms. Song, you're so unkind. You actually tricked Gu Nianji, who doesn't understand traditional etiquette." Gu Nianji almost fell for her trick. Just then, Hua Xiaoheng pushed the door open and came in. Gu Nianji swallowed the word mom. "Who are you calling?" Hua Xiaoheng said as he took out his suitcase and began to pack his things. "Ms. Song, do you want to talk to her?" "No need. We'll see her soon." "Why would I call?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't think much of it and put a few sets of casual clothes into his suitcase. "We'll see her soon? Ms. Song is also in Moscow." Gu Nianji was very surprised. "Where do you live? Why don't we go visit them?" Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. "Ms. Song isn't in Moscow." "Then where is she? How are we going to see her?" Gu Nianji was even more confused. "Ms. Song is doing scientific tests in Tunguska, Siberia. We're going to Siberia for a trip, so we can see her on the way." "Tunguska, Siberia?" Gu Nianji frowned. "Why does this place sound so familiar?" "Yes, the Tunguska explosion from more than 100 years ago. Are you familiar with it?" Hua Xiaoheng told her about it and helped her organize her suitcase. This was the second watch of the day. Chapter 1243. I want to take you down the red carpet. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1254. The Tunguska explosion? Oh, I was wondering why this place sounded so familiar. So it's because of this. Gu Nianji took out her phone and searched. There were a lot of related news and explanations on the internet, but most of them were from the same article, so they seemed to be similar. An explosion more than 100 years ago was as powerful as 20 million tons of TNT. That's amazing. There weren't even atomic bombs at that time. How could there be such a powerful explosion? Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. Tens of millions of trees within more than 2,000 square kilometers were burned and charred. The way they fell was very strange. They were all pointing to a center, just like the crop circles of later generations. Gu Nianji saw this and exclaimed, "Didn't crop circles prove to be man-made and not a natural phenomenon?" The ancestors of forgery in the modern sense were actually the British, because they were the first country to industrialize. With the emergence of industrialization, large-scale modern counterfeiting also appeared. For example, the crop circles that were closely related to the first industrial revolution first appeared at that time. Unfortunately, under the malicious propaganda of the West, the Huaxia Empire, which had fallen from its peak and risen again, became the birthplace of counterfeiting. Hua Xiaoheng put all the clothes back into the box and said as he locked it, "If the Tunguska explosion was man-made, what would it be like? That's unlikely, right?" Gu Nianji continued reading and said in surprise, "It was actually felt in all of Europe and parts of Asia at that time. Fortunately, it was in the inaccessible Tunguska region of Siberia. If it had been in another place with more people, it would have been much worse." There are so many theories about the specific cause. Gu Nianji read the information she had seen to Hua Xiaoheng. Some people think it was a comet impact. Yes, this is the common view in academia now. Some people still think it was an alien spacecraft impact. Some people think it was a small black hole that was passing through the blue planet at that time. TSK, this imagination. Are you sure it's not a science fiction writer, but a scientist? Hua Xiaoheng smiled and turned around. Then you should discuss this topic with Ms. Song. Ms. Song is too high-end. I'm only worthy of reading these popular science books. Gu Nianji laughed. Yes, there's also a creative explanation here. It's called antimatter. The protons and antiprotons collided. Bang! Everything will vanish into thin air. It's so similar to the ashes to ashes, dust to dust recorded in the Bible. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and turned around. Look, isn't this related to particle physics? You mean antimatter? Gu Nianji frowned. If it really was antimatter, then it really could have caused such great damage. It was said that when half a gram of iron and half a gram of antiiron collided, the power of the explosion was equivalent to the power of the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. Well, if that's the case, the equivalent of the Tunguska explosion is equivalent to 1,000 atomic bombs, which is the power of 500 grams of iron colliding. Gu Nianji frowned again. But antimatter can't exist in its natural state. Yes, antimatter can't exist in nature unless it's in a specific laboratory environment, or if there's radioactive decay in nuclear research, or if insignificant and fleeting antimatter is observed in cosmic rays. Hua Xiaoheng seemed to be very familiar with this point. He said, even if antimatter is created in a laboratory, it can only appear for a very short period of time, because it will inevitably come into contact with the laboratory utensils and be annihilated. When matter and antimatter collide, the energy that can erupt is beyond your imagination. In front of it, even nuclear weapons are not enough. Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng suspiciously. Why you seem to have studied this thing? Don't tell me it's a bedtime story that Ms. Song told you when you were young, when she coaxed you to sleep. Of course not. Ms. Song's biological son is called scientific research. I'm just a gift from her for topping up her phone bill. Hua Xiaoheng was rarely humorous. Gu Nianji's heart ached when she heard this. She put down her phone and walked over to hug Hua Xiaoheng's waist. She leaned her head against his chest and said, I'll tell you bedtime stories in the future. Hua Xiaoheng. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. He said hoarsely, Are you stupid? If you sleep with me, I'll give you time to tell stories. Gu Nianji, all the sadness and tenderness in her heart were completely destroyed by him. Gu Nianji pushed him away expressionlessly and tried to change the topic. Are you so concerned about antimatter research because it has something to do with the military's weapons research? Hua Xiaoheng smiled without saying anything. He picked up their suitcases. Let's go. I still have to buy you some coats to keep out the cold before we go to Siberia. Siberia was a vast area in the northwest of Russia. It was more than 10 million square kilometers from the Ural Mountains to the Pacific Ocean, from the Arctic Ocean to Huck, and even part of it bordered the Huaxiao Empire. Siberia's climate was a subfrigid coniferous forest climate. It was very cold, and there were at least 7 months below zero every year. It was early May, so it was slightly warmer. However, for Gu Nianji, who had grown up in Sea City in the south, it was still a very cold winter. The only thicker clothes she had brought were windbreakers, which were not enough to withstand the cold air currents of Siberia. Gu Nianji followed Hua Xiaoheng out of the hotel and immediately saw the familiar jeep parked ostentatiously at the entrance of the hotel. The hairy second-in-command of the KGB, Vladimir, leaned against the car door. The driver poked his head out of the car window with a smile on his face and greeted them with a smile. Serious, where are you going? Vladimir, and I will be your free driver and tour guide. We'll take you wherever you want to go. Gu Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng wasn't surprised at all. Therefore, he didn't even call for a car. He just waited for the two of them to come to him. In Russia, with the KGB escorting them, he didn't have to worry about security himself. Thank you, KGB. Thank you, President Pushin. Hua Xiaoheng opened the back door without hesitation and said, Then I'll be troubling you. Thank you for your hospitality. You're welcome. You're welcome. Sirius and I are friends. The middle-aged driver made a face at Gu Nianji. Come, get in the car. Gu Nianji smiled and followed Hua Xiaoheng into the car. Vladimir's face darkened. Damn it. Why did he feel like he was being used by Hua Xiaoheng? After getting in the car, Vladimir's face darkened and he didn't say anything. The middle-aged driver didn't notice and chatted happily with Gu Nianji. Sirius, where are you going? First, we're going to buy some coats to keep out the cold. Then we're going on a trip to Siberia. Right, Hua Xiaoheng? Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng grunted, his expression calm and natural. To buy a coat, Vladimir said sarcastically. Then let's go to Gumu. You're really going to Gumu? The middle-aged driver's eyes widened. That's the most luxurious place in Russia with the most luxury goods. Gumu. Gunyinji looked down and checked on her phone. The full name is Gumu National Department Store. TSK. That's a really lame name. However, although the name was lame, it was the most luxurious shopping mall in Moscow and even in the entire Russia. There was a security check when entering. All the luxury brands on Blue Planet had flagship stores there. Its scale was obvious. When Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng got out of the car, they were still shocked when they saw the security check at the door. Vladimir smiled strangely as he watched Hua Xiaoheng and Gunyinji walk into Gumu. He said, "Humph, let Major General Hua bleed a little. Let him use us." How did he use us? Weren't we spying on them? The middle-aged driver expressed his confusion. Vladimir's heart felt stifled. How could he have such a heartless subordinate? This was the third watch of the day, Chapter 1244, my bedtime story with you. Good night, dearest. Chapter 1255. Hua Xiaoheng brought Gunyinji to the security check at the entrance of the Gumu National Department Store. It was similar to the security check at the Huaxia Empire's train station. The main check here was for all kinds of bags. Gunyinji only carried a small red Hermes Berlin bag that she carried with her. Inside was her wallet, phone, sunscreen, some change, and a pack of disinfectant wipes. There were many people waiting in line for the security check, and the long line circled the entrance several times. Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to wait in line for the security check. He pondered for a moment, then took out his phone from his pocket and called a Swiss bank boss. Gunyinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng curiously. She didn't know what he said to the person on the phone, because not long after, a tall and elegant woman rushed out of the Gumu department store. She didn't look young, but she had an elegant aura that made it impossible for people to notice her age. She looked around at the door and came to Hua Xiaoheng and Gunyinji's side. She smiled and said in English, "May I ask if you two are Lucas's friends?" The Swiss banker that Hua Xiaoheng had called was called Lucas. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and replied in English, "Yes, I'm Alex, and this is serious. Do you know Lucas?" The woman waved her hand gracefully. "This way, please. My name is Anna. I used to be Lucas's assistant, but I was homesick, so I returned to Russia to work." She led Hua Xiaoheng and Gunyinji around the long line of security checks and walked to the side door of the department store. In the jeep at the entrance, Vladimir and the middle-aged driver, who had been prepared to watch the show, widened their eyes and mouths. They were shocked by this turn of events. This. They went in just like that. No security check, and they were picked up by someone. The middle-aged driver was so excited that he almost jumped out of his seat. That woman looks so familiar. Vladimir took out his phone with a sullen expression. After connecting to the KGB's intelligence system, he looked up information about the Gumu National Department Store. Soon, he saw the photo of the tall and elegant woman, Anna Ivanova, the CEO of the Gumu National Department Store. Vladimir gasped and punched the car window. When did Hua Xiaoheng get to know the CEO of Gumu? At the side door of the Gumu National Department Store stood an armed guard. He wore a black beret and black Ray-Ban sunglasses. He was very tall, at least 2 meters tall, and his arms bulged like a giant's. Anna showed her name card to the guard. The guard was extremely shocked. He quickly stood at attention and saluted, saying, "So, it's the CEO. Why did you come down personally? Just give us a call, and we'll get someone to invite your 2 friends in." Anna nodded reservedly. "You have your own work to do. How can I trouble you? Work hard. Lunch is on me." As she spoke, she gave the guard a lunch voucher. It was a lunch voucher for the management's exclusive restaurant. The denomination was very large, enough for 4 to 5 people to eat. The guard, who was as tall as a giant, looked at the lunch voucher and smiled contentedly. The corners of Gunyinji's lips twitched. Hua Xiaoheng took out a pre-charged credit card and stuffed it into the guard's hand. He smiled and said, "Then dinner is on me." The guard looked at the amount marked on the credit card and immediately felt deep veneration. He saluted Hua Xiaoheng and said respectfully, "Sir, You're too kind, but we can't accept it because Anna was watching from the side and the CEO was here. If he still dared to accept bribes, he would lose his job. However, Anna raised her head and said, "Take it. Mr. Alex has good intentions. Remember to take care of him and his friends. Don't worry." The guard immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and muttered something. Soon, he called over 4 tall and burly guards with loaded guns and said, "These 2 are our department store's distinguished guests. Today, their safety is in your hands." Anna nodded with a smile and explained to Hua Xiaoheng, "Our department store is like this for high-value customers. There are professional services and bodyguards accompanying them the entire time. You can shop without worry and don't have to worry about anything." In other words, there was no need to worry about thieves, carelessly dropping things, or being targeted by some criminal gangs and becoming a fat sheep for these people. Gu Nianji was amazed by such thoughtful service. She had thought that they were special to them. However, after entering the store, she saw that there were many people like them. Many of them were Middle Eastern people in white or black robes, accompanied by armed guards. Of course, the Middle Eastern oil princes were rich, and of course, they cherished their lives the most. Immediately after, a blonde Russian shopping guide walked over with a very polite smile and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "I'm Lika. I'll take you shopping today. If you need anything, please let us know. We'll do our best to meet your needs." Anna said with satisfaction, "Lika, these 2 are my good friends. You must treat them well and show them the best service quality of our Gumu department store." "Don't worry, President. I won't let you 2 down." Lika made a promise to Anna. Anna was the CEO of this large department store, so it was impossible for her to keep Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji shopping. It was already a great favor for her to personally come down and lead them in. After Hua Xiaoheng shook hands with her and said goodbye, he held Gu Nianji's hand and leisurely strolled around Gumu department store. He said to the shopping guide, "Lika, we want to buy a coat to keep out the cold. It's a woman's style. What do you recommend?" Lika asked carefully, "May I ask how low the temperature you need to withstand? We have all kinds of brands and all kinds of cold-resistant coats here. Although it's almost summer, there are still some stores that sell winter clothes. I'll check for you." Lika took out her handheld tablet and clicked on it. After a while, she said, "This is the last week of Burberry's winter clothes. The season will change next week. Do you want to go take a look? I have to contact other brands to see if they still have winter clothes in stock. In addition, our Russian brand also has some winter clothes of good quality and design. However, I think this lady's figure is too good. I guess our Russian brand doesn't have the right size for her." She pursed her lips and smiled. Gu Nianji also understood and felt that this shopping guide was really funny. She was just short of saying that the clothing sizes of Russian brands were relatively large, and Gu Nianji's small body probably wouldn't be able to hold them. Hua Xiaoheng actually didn't have much time to shop for clothes. He looked at his watch and said, "Then let's go to Burberry and buy a few suitable ones. We're in a hurry." "Oh, I understand." The shopping guide, Lika, stopped looking for other brands and took them directly to Burberry's flagship store. After entering Burberry's flagship store, Gu Nianji was immediately attracted by Burberry's iconic cashmere plaid scarf. Hua Xiaoheng saw that her gaze kept drifting to the cashmere plaid scarf and thought about how Gu Nianji had a lot of silk scarves, but not many thick cashmere scarves. Of course, that was because Gu Nianji had never been to a really cold place. There was heating at home and at school in the winter, and there was a car to go in and out, so she didn't need too many thick cashmere scarves. However, since they were Moscow, he might take Gu Nianji on a trip to various places on Blue Planet in the future. Hua Xiaoheng felt that he should buy her some thick cashmere scarves. Well, she needed them. She could wear them in different styles every day for the entire winter. Besides, the cashmere scarves and even cashmere coats supplied by Burberry in Moscow were thicker than the materials used in other places. Because it was colder here than in other places, it was worth stocking up. The products sold by a brand had to meet the living needs of the local residents in order to prosper for a long time. Let's go look at the cashmere scarves over there. We'll need them when we go to Siberia. Hua Xiaoheng pulled Gu Nianji directly to the counter where the cashmere scarves were kept. Gu Nianji was immediately delighted. She thought happily that Hua Xiao had seen her sneaking glances at the cashmere scarves over there just now. Therefore, women had different levels of acceptance for different kinds of sweet words for men, but there was only one kind of sweet words that women liked. That was bye bye bye. Gun Yinji smiled as she looked between the scarves, choosing the style and pattern that she liked. The pinkish-blue checkered scarves with light gray intervals looked clean and refreshing, like the Siberian winter sky, with light gray clouds and the light blue that could bring a storm at any time. The pinkish-white checkered scarves with bright red stripes were like flags fluttering in the heavy snow, looking valiant and heroic. The light green checkered squares had snow-white tassels. When she wiped them with her hand, they were as soft as water, but also extremely warm. There were also 7 or 8 other color combinations. Gun Yinji was dazzled and couldn't help asking Hua Xiaoheng, "Which color looks the best?" Hua Xiaoheng glanced at them and asked the salesgirl next to him, "Which ones are this year's new models?" "These are all of them." The salesgirl pointed to the 7 or 8 colors of cashmere scarves in front of her. "Last year's old models have already entered the outlet. The flagship store is all new models." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Wrap these up, 2 of each. That way, if Gun Yinji's friend liked it, she could also give one as a gift." "Gun Yinji, why do you need so many?" Gun Yinji's face flushed red. She grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's arm and shook her head. "One is enough. If you like them, buy them all. It's not like you can't afford them." Hua Xiaoheng reminded her, "You're out to play, but don't you want to bring gifts for your friends? I think Ma Chi-Chi will like these scarves too. Just take it as picking out a few for her." Gun Yinji felt ashamed at his words. She really hadn't thought about Ma Chi-Chi just now. She was completely immersed in the joy of a vacation alone with Hua Xiaoheng. She quickly said, "Then I'll pick out some small things." As she spoke, she picked out some leather gloves, wallets, and belts for men and women and paid with her card. Hua Xiaoheng paid for the scarves. The salesgirl happily wrapped 2 of each scarf and carried it behind Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng then took Gun Yinji to look at coats. He took a fancy to a long maroon wool coat at first glance. It was a very slim military coat style and reached his knees. The quality of the wool inside was very good. It was warm to the touch, like a natural temperature regulator. Not to mention 0 degrees Celsius, even minus 50 degrees Celsius wouldn't be a problem. The coat also had a wide military belt. Gun Yinji came out of the fitting room wearing it. Her waist was thin and her chest was high. Her long hair draped over her shoulders. She was delicate and beautiful with a hint of the cruelty and abstinence of a soldier. Hua Xiaoheng's heart heated up when he saw it, and some unreliable scenes floated through his mind. For example, Gun Yinji was lying on the bed wearing this coat. She was only wearing this coat, and when she opened the coat, there was nothing underneath. This was the first night watch of the day. Chapter 1245, Liking What You Are on the Inside. The second night watch was at 1 p.m., and the third night watch was at 8 p.m. Chapter 1256. Gun Yinji didn't know what Hua Xiaoheng was thinking. She smiled and spun a few times in front of Hua Xiaoheng. "How is it? Does it look good?" Of course it was very warm, but she was concerned about whether it looked good. If it didn't look good, she didn't want it no matter how warm it was. Hua Xiaoheng came back to his senses and said calmly, "Yes, it looks good." He then took out his black card and immediately paid for it. The shop assistant who paid for him smiled like a chrysanthemum and followed Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji with the shopping guide, Lika. Gun Yinji said, "Hua Xiao, you should buy one too. Aren't you cold?" The Burberry shop assistant quickly said, "We also have a men's coat of the same style. It looks like a couple's outfit for the 2 of you." As she spoke, she brought over the men's wool military coat. Gun Yinji liked it very much. Her eyes lit up when she held the coat to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng had a feeling that Gun Yinji's little brain was thinking about something indescribable. He had just been indescribable, and now that Gun Yinji was indescribable, Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He nodded calmly and agreed to buy the coat, but refused to try it on for Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji pouted and followed behind him. Hua Xiaoheng pretended not to see her and turned around to buy 2 glossy black mink fur hats for the 2 of them. They were the kind that could cover half of their heads. They were almost identical to the black mink fur hats worn by the governors of the northeastern warlords in the old era. Then he bought a pair of leather pants with a cashmere lining to keep out the cold as much as possible. In the end, he picked out 2 pairs of leather boots. The inner lining was made of soft, snow-white wool, and the outer lining was made of sturdy calf leather. It was fashionable and high-end, and it was very comfortable to wear. It was no problem for them to travel long distances. Seeing that it was almost time, Hua Xiaoheng didn't waste any more time. He said to Gun Yinji, "Is there anything else you want to buy?" "No." Gun Yinji looked at the various paper bags in the hands of the shopping guide and the guards and smiled with satisfaction. Only women who had gone shopping knew how fulfilling it felt to shop hard. The 2 of them spent an hour shopping and were personally escorted out of the department store by Anna. Vladimir looked at Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji's Burberry bags and couldn't help pulling a long face. He snorted and looked away. Gun Yinji took out a pair of men's leather gloves and a box of belts she had just bought and stuffed them into Vladimir's hands. She smiled and said, "You have a gift too. Come on, smile." Vladimir looked down at the Burberry gift box in his hand. Although he wanted to pretend that he didn't care, the corners of his mouth still revealed his true thoughts. "Thank you, serious." He pretended to be reserved, then secretly took out his phone to take a picture and post it on WeChat. Vladimir, KGB2, a gift from a friend, smile. JPG. When the middle-aged driver received the same gift, his way of expressing his gratitude was much more straightforward. He let out an earth-shattering shout and then laughed wildly. "I have Burberry gloves and belts. Ha ha ha. When I get back, this bunch of brats will definitely envy me to death. Serious, thank you." As the middle-aged driver spoke, his huge body struggled up from the front seat. He turned around and leaned against the back of the seat, wanting to kiss Gun Yinji's face. A kiss on the cheek to express gratitude. Hua Xiaoheng reached out and pushed him back without hesitation. "Drive well. That's the best way to thank me." "Okay." The middle-aged driver couldn't resist Hua Xiaoheng's hand. He retracted his head resentfully, turned around, started the car, and left the entrance of Gun Mu's department store. Gun Yinji took out her phone with a smile and began to interact with Vladimir on WeChat. She gave him a like first, then commented, "It's been hard on you these few days, Vladimir." Vladimir immediately replied, "It's not hard at all. It's to serve the people." "Gun Yinji, how did you know that?" Vladimir rolled his eyes in the front seat and replied, "This is the purpose of the KGB." Gun Yinji chuckled and replied, "Is that so? Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it." Vladimir. Xiaoheng glanced around the car and saw that Gun Yinji was interacting with Vladimir. He ignored them. The middle-aged driver asked him, "Major General Hua, where are you guys going this time?" "To Tunguska in Siberia." Hua Xiaoheng turned around. "You know how to get there, right?" "Oh, I don't know." The middle-aged driver replied honestly, "But I have GPS. Just follow the directions." Tunguska in Siberia was directly east of Moscow, so they had to take the highway heading east. Although there were no highways along the way, these ordinary roads were built in the former Soviet Union. They were of very good quality and were no worse than the highways of today. And because there were few people along the way, these ordinary roads were similar to the highways in Europe and America. What was even more interesting was that there were no speed limits in many places, so they could drive very fast. The 4 of them quickly walked out of Moscow. They hadn't walked far when Hua Xiaoheng's phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and looked at it. It was actually his father, Hua Guanchen. He frowned, but still picked up the phone and asked, "What's the matter?" "I'm on my way." Hua Guanchen was worried that it would affect his driving, so he quickly said, "It's like this. General Ji told me about you and Yinji and asked when we plan to hold the wedding." Hua Xiaoheng, he thought that General Ji had told him that he and Gun Yinji had already gotten their marriage certificate, but fortunately, General Ji was still tight-lipped. He asked when the wedding would be held and didn't gossip much. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. "We'll talk about this later. I'm on my way now." "On your way? Where are you going?" Hua Guanchen was stunned. "Aren't you leading the team to participate in the International Special Forces competition in Moscow?" "It's none of my business now. I'm not in this area anyway. I won't steal the limelight and credit from others, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Then why don't you return home early? Hua Guanxin was very excited. President Pushin is going to be your witness, so you have to plan your wedding well. General Ji and Speaker Long have both said that your marriage has become an international event, and they will all do their part. He actually didn't say a single word of objection. Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled. It seemed that his father wasn't hopeless. At least he was in the category of a tactful person. I'm taking Nianji to Siberia now. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. I can't return home for the time being. Guanxin, is that Xiaoheng? Give me your phone. Hua Xiaoheng leaned on his walking stick and came downstairs with Luo Jialan's help. He happened to hear Hua Guanxin calling Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Guanxin wanted to reject Hua Xiaoheng, but Hua Xiaoheng was listening on the other end of the phone. Hua Guanxin didn't want Hua Xiaoheng to lose face in front of his juniors, so he could only reluctantly say to Hua Xiaoheng, "Your grandfather is here. He wants to say a few words to you." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. He wanted to make things clear so that his grandfather and father wouldn't think that he had acted first and reported later. Although he had indeed acted first and reported later. Hua Xiaoheng took the phone from Hua Guanxin and asked angrily, "Xiaoheng, why did you get engaged outside without the consent of your family? You have to know that without the blessing of your family, your marriage will never be happy." So what if the Russian president is the witness? After he's done being the witness, he'll just leave and leave you alone to face this kind of marriage that doesn't match your family's background. Do you think he's being kind? Hua Xiaoheng. After Hua Xiaoheng finished speaking, he saw that Hua Xiaoheng didn't refute him, so he felt even more confident. He slammed the walking stick in his hand on the ground twice and said confidently, "Fortunately, you only got engaged in private, so it doesn't count. Come back quickly and get your marriage certificate with Jialan. Then, when you prepare for the wedding, just let Jialan be the bride." The Russian president doesn't know what an Asian looks like at all. When the time comes, you'll wear a wedding dress with a veil, and this matter will be over. Hua Xiaoheng even helped Hua Xiaoheng think of a way to fool the Russian president. Pushin. Hua Guanxin was completely confused when he heard this. He thought that after he rejected him last time, the old master had already abandoned the unrealistic fantasy of letting Luo Jialan and Hua Xiaoheng fake marry. But he didn't expect him to still refuse to give up. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. It was getting more and more ridiculous. Get your marriage certificate with Jialan? Who's Jialan? Hua Jialan, your former cousin, but she's no longer a member of the Hua family. You know, she wasn't your uncle's biological daughter to begin with, and now she's moved out of the Hua family's household register. She changed her surname to follow her mother's surname, Luo. Now she's called Luo Jialan. Hua Xiaoheng explained impatiently. This was the second watch of the day. Chapter 1246, Unrealistic Fantasies. At 8 p.m., the third watch. Moi. Chapter 1257. Luo Jialan held Hua Xiaoheng's hand and lowered her head deeply. She looked embarrassed, but her heart was pounding. Although Hua Xiaoheng was a stubborn person who often did things his own way and never listened to his parents' opinions at work, marriage was different. No matter how powerful a person was, marriage was an important matter that required the approval of the elders. Hua Xiaoheng was a soldier, so this was especially important. Luo Jialan was certain of this, so she dared to work hard on Hua Xiaoheng's side. Finally, she made him very dissatisfied with Gunyinji and agreed to let her be a cover for Hua Xiaoheng's marriage. Moreover, Hua Xiaoheng hadn't been married for so many years and didn't have a girlfriend. Luo Jialan felt that Hua Xiaoheng must be very concerned about his family's opinion. This was all because his family's standards were too high. Ordinary people and ordinary family backgrounds were beneath them. That was why Hua Xiaoheng had not had a girlfriend for so many years. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. He supported his head with one hand and rested his elbow on the edge of the car window. "Grandfather, if you want to marry me, you have to go through a strict background check first. Do you think she can pass the background check?" "Why can't she pass?" Hua Xiaoheng's face darkened. "Do you think I don't know what background check is?" I've been in the Supreme Military Council for so many years, and I have my own connections. I will make sure she passes the background check. Okay, then I'll guarantee that she won't pass the background check. Hua Xiaoheng didn't waste any more time. He hung up on Hua Xiuenong and sent a message to Yin Shixiao. Major General Hua, investigate Luo Jialan's, formerly Hua Jialan's, identity and background. Nothing can be missed from her birth to the present. When Yin Shixiao saw the message, he was stunned for a long time before he remembered that Hua Jialan was Hua Xiao's cousin. She was Hua Xiao's uncle's daughter. Of course, she was only an adopted daughter, not a biological daughter. Previously, because of Song Jinning's lawsuit, Yin Shixiao had some understanding of Luo Jialan's conduct, so of course he was very disdainful. Not only did he eat someone else's food, but he also abused someone else's family. That person was his elder, and because he was sick, he did not have the ability to protect himself. This kind of person with a bad character was spurned by many people at that time. Yin Shixiao immediately replied, "Yes, Chief." Gun Yinji heard Hua Xiaoheng talking on the phone and asked in confusion, "Major General Hua, did Luo Jialan want to marry you? Who is Luo Jialan?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to hide it from Gun Yinji. Otherwise, he wouldn't have confronted her directly over the phone. He said calmly, "Hua Jialan, change her name. She moved out of my uncle's household register and took her mother's surname." Gun Yinji came back to her senses and was so agitated that her entire body trembled. Her eyes suddenly widened in anger. "She wants to marry you. Why?" Daring to covet her man. Was she looking for death? Gun Yinji clenched her fists, and her face tensed up. She said expressionlessly, "I think she forgot that Ms. Song's lawsuit wasn't over yet." Song Jinning's lawsuit against Bai Jini would be followed by Hua Jialan's abuse case. However, Hua Jialan was quick to act and immediately followed grandfather Hua to Europe to relax with the Xie family. They were gone for more than a year, and the case was temporarily shelved. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head and said with a smile, "We'll have to trouble our great lawyer Gu for the lawsuit." It also allowed Gun Yinji to vent her anger. Otherwise, anyone would dare to use the power of his muddle-headed elders to blackmail him. Did they really think that he, Hua Xiaoheng, wouldn't dare to touch grandfather Hua? Gun Yinji received Hua Xiaoheng's authorization and immediately said, "There are two plaintiffs in this lawsuit. One is my grandmother's estate fund, and they want to sue Luo Jialan for illegally occupying the Hua family's property. The other is Ms. Song." Gun Yinji paused and said word by word, "I want to sue Luo Jialan for attempted murder on behalf of Ms. Song." Abuse? Haha, the crime was too light. It wasn't enough to teach her a lesson that she would never forget. Objectively speaking, Luo Jialan's abuse of Song Jinning belonged to the category of domestic violence. According to the severity of the case, she could only be sentenced to 3 years at most. Moreover, because Song Jinning hadn't been abused to death, it was considered mental abuse, so it was very likely that she wouldn't even have to go to jail. However, it was different to sue her for attempted murder. The maximum penalty could be the death penalty. Gun Yinji had already felt that suing Luo Jialan for abuse was too easy on her. Now that Luo Jialan was unrepentant and even had the delusion of marrying Hua Xiaoheng to avoid being sued and pursued for money, she couldn't blame Gun Yinji for destroying her dreams. Although it was more difficult to sue Luo Jialan for attempted murder than to sue her for abuse, if it wasn't difficult, how could it show that Gun Yinji had a solid legal foundation? Gun Yinji smiled wickedly. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and looked at her with a fiery gaze. He loved Gun Yinji's energetic display of her talent the most. No matter what kind of person she was the treasure in his heart. "Yes, I'll get the administrator of the estate fund to sign a permit for you. As for Ms. Song, can you handle it yourself?" As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, he sent a text message to Song Jinning to see if she could make a call online. As far as he knew, Song Jinning was already in the uninhabited birch forest in Tunguska, Siberia. Song Jinning replied to his message instantly. "What's the matter?" Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Yinji will send you a message. Because Vladimir was listening to their conversation behind them, Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to reveal too much about his family's affairs in front of outsiders. Gun Yinji also opened the WeChat conversation with Song Jining and sent her a message. Ms. Song, there's something I need to discuss with you. I hope I can get your permission. Song Jining was shocked by such a polite and official tone, and she quickly replied, Ms. Song, what's wrong? Is it little Yinji? Was it hacked? Thoughts are here. Ms. Song, it's like this. Luo Jialan, who used to be Hua Jialan, convinced grandfather Hua to let her marry Major General Hua instead of me. Ms. Song, what did you say? What did you say? That Alzheimer's bastard who cheated on his wife and angered her to death wants Hua Jialan to marry my son. Yinji, wait, I can't take it anymore. Song Jining switched out and opened her phone's contact list. She first found Hua Guanqin's number and dialed it. She thought that Hua Xiwenong dared to bring it up because that be *TCH, Hua Guanqin, was behind it. Hua Guanqin and Hua Xiwenong were glaring at each other. How can you say that to Xiaoheng? I already said I don't agree. When Hua Guanqin heard his phone ring again, he thought it was Hua Xiaoheng calling. He looked down and realized it was Song Jining. He immediately answered the call. Before he could say anything, Song Jining's angry voice came through the phone. Hua Guanqin, if you interfere with my son's marriage again, I'll make Xiaoheng leave the Hua family too. Hua Guanqin smiled bitterly. I didn't agree. Don't worry, they won't be able to get past me. Song Jining, you didn't agree? Did the old master act on his own? What do you think? I'm not even satisfied with Yinji. Do you think I like Luo Jialan? Hua Guanqin lowered his voice to comfort Song Jining. Jining, don't be angry. I'll never let Luo Jialan marry Xiaoheng. Song Jining pondered for a moment before saying, Is the old man here? Let me have a word with the old man. Yes, Luo Jialan is here too. Hua Guanqin saw that Luo Jialan and Hua Xiwenong's eyes were flickering. They looked like they were about to slip away, so he simply pressed the speakerphone and handed the phone to Hua Xiwenong. You're talking. It's Jining. I've turned on the speakerphone so everyone can hear. Hua Xiwenong saw that he couldn't avoid it, so he coughed and said, Jining, here's the thing. You, Grandfather Hua, don't talk like that. We don't know each other well. Song Jining was furious. Head nurse Zhang is waiting for you in prison. Do you want to reunite with her in prison? These words poked at Hua Xiwenong's sore spot. He was furious. How dare you talk to me like that? Song Jining ignored him. She knew that Hua Guanqin had turned on the speakerphone, so she turned to Luo Jialan and said, And you, Luo Jialan, we haven't settled the score from back then. Do you think I'm like Grandfather Hua and have dementia? I've forgotten what you did to me. Luo Jialan was so scared that she trembled. She leaned close to Hua Xiwenong and said while trembling, Grandfather, I didn't mean to. I did it for my mother. A person who didn't save her mother can still stand up for her mother. Luo Jialan, not everyone in the world is your mother. Even if you're mentally retarded, they still have to flatter and coax you. Song Jining said coldly, I won't say any more. Wait for my lawyer's letter. Song Jining hung up the phone and immediately sent a message to Gun Yinji. Ms. Song, little Yinji, I have full authority to entrust you as my lawyer. You can sue Luo Jialan however you want. With their mother-in-law and daughter-in-law working together, was there anything in this world that they couldn't do? A lawsuit that couldn't be won? This was today's third update, Chapter 1247, When Mother-in-law and Daughter-in-law Work Together, I Own the World. Please give me a wave of monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1258. After obtaining Song Jining's authorization, Gun Yinji was finally able to vent her pent-up anger. She immediately found the lawyer's agent contract template from her cloud folder and sent it to Song Jining. Nianzi is here. Ms. Song, sign the agent contract and send it to my email after scanning it. Don't worry about the rest. Wait for me to send the lawyer's letter and court subpoena. Song Jining was very confident in Gun Yinji's professional abilities. She replied immediately. Ms. Song, okay, I'll sign it right away. Are you coming to Tunguska with Xiaoheng? I can give it to you in person. Gun Yinji, damn, she was so excited just now that she forgot that Song Jining was in Tunguska, Siberia, Russia, and not in the Huaxiao Empire's imperial capital's Institute of High-Energy Physics. Gunyinji quickly typed a string of happy JPG icons and sent it over. In the Hua family's mansion in the Huaxiao Empire's imperial capital's military compound, Hua Guanqin looked coldly at Hua Xiwenong, who was about to faint, and said mercilessly, "If you continue to interfere in Xiaoheng's matter, I won't show mercy anymore." Hua Xiwenong had just been scolded by Song Jining using head nurse Zhang, so he was furious. He slammed his walking stick on the ground and said angrily, "You won't show mercy? What do you want? I'm your biological father. You still want to have a future after dealing with your own father. I think you, the director of the political department, will also be fired." "Huh?" Hua Guanqin laughed. "You're my biological father, but I still have my biological mother. I've hidden so many things from the Xie family all these years from my biological father. Don't think that I don't know just because I didn't tell you before." Hua Xiwenong shivered when he heard the Xie family mentioned. He didn't dare to act like an old father in front of Hua Guanqin anymore. His eyes wandered and he stammered, "Hide? Hide what? I've already told the Xie family that I've let your mother down. What else do they want? It's as simple as just saying sorry." Hua Guanqin snorted, but Luo Jialan's eyes darted around. Hua Guanqin didn't want her to eavesdrop, so he didn't continue. He only said, "I don't know what they want, but I know that a few uncles are still alive. They have the best relationship with my mother. When my mother died, they were so angry that they all fell ill. It's not like you don't know that." Hua Xiwenong, "I'll still say the same thing. You're already retired. Just stay at home and enjoy your remaining years. No one will make life difficult for you." Hua Guanqin said coldly, "But if you want to interfere and act like you're the head of a family, think about whether you deserve it first." These words were already very harsh. Hua Xiwenong flew into a rage out of humiliation, and his face turned purple. Luo Jialan quickly held his arm and said worriedly, "Grandfather, are you feeling unwell? Let's go back to the room first and call the doctor for a checkup." Hua Xiwenong nodded weakly and closed his eyes. However, Hua Guanqin stopped them. "Luo Jialan, you're no longer a member of the Hua family, and you still have a lawsuit to fight with my ex-wife. It's not convenient for you to stay here. Please pack your things and leave our house immediately." She lived in his house, ate his food, spent his money, abused his wife, and even wanted to marry his son. Ha! Did she think Hua Guanqin was an idiot and a sucker? Luo Jialan didn't expect Hua Guanqin, who had always doted on her, to turn his back on her. Unable to hold it in, her tears fell uncontrollably. She sobbed and said, "Uncle, aren't you afraid that my father's spirit in heaven will look down on you for treating me like this?" "Your father? Your father has nothing to do with me." Hua Guanqin had always doted on Luo Jialan because he thought she was the only child of his dead brother. He doted on her because he was doing his duty for his brother. It was also the lawsuit last year that made him realize that Luo Jialan, whom he had doted on for so many years, wasn't his brother's daughter at all. Only then did Luo Jialan realize that in order to successfully marry Hua Xiaoeng, she had taken the liberty to move her household registration out of Hua Guanyuan's and change her name to Luo Jialan, following her mother's surname. She had thought that this would clear the obstacles to marrying Hua Xiaoeng. However, Hua Guanqin's reaction was something she hadn't expected. Looking at Hua Guanqin with a complicated expression, Luo Jialan asked him again, "Are you really going to be so heartless? I've been in this family for more than 20 years. I was born a member of the Hua family. Are you really going to kick me out?" These words made Hua Guanqin feel even more disgusted. "You said that you were born a member of the Hua family, and you've always thought of yourself as a member of the Hua family, but you came up with a rotten idea to marry your cousin. Tell me, how did you think of yourself as a member of the Hua family? Keep you waiting for the family to be in chaos? You caused the father and son to fall out with each other, and your family to be separated?" Hua Guanqin rarely said such harsh words, but Luo Jialan's actions had touched his bottom line. Hua Guanqin could still swallow the grudge between Song Jining and Hua Guanyuan, but Luo Jialan had dared to plot against his son and try to put him in a disadvantageous position. He absolutely couldn't tolerate it. At Hua Guanqin's age, The weight of love was not as important as the affection between father and son. Besides, he had already lost Song Jining. Was he going to lose Hua Xiaoheng as well? Luo Jialan was embarrassed by Hua Guanshan's words. She burst into tears and said, "Aren't you making fun of me? When I say that I'm a member of the Hua family, I mean that I've always thought of myself as a member of the Hua family, but I'm not related to Xiaoheng by blood. Why can't I marry him? If my father was still alive, he would definitely agree. You're bullying me for having no parents." Huh? Hua Guanshan kicked over the coffee table in the middle of the living room in frustration. "If my big brother was still alive and found out that you abused Song Jining, do you believe that he would slap you to death?" Luo Jialan didn't know how hot-tempered and powerful his big brother was, but Hua Guanshan knew it very well. Back then, in the military competition, his big brother, Hua Guanyin, was the champion of the military competition at the age of 20. He carried back one banner after another for the army. Not only was he a good marksman, but he could also operate all kinds of weapons. He also knew how to fly fighter jets and tanks, and his hand-to-hand combat skills were also top-notch. Back then, during a military competition, he fought with a national martial arts champion in the ring and almost strangled him to death with a strangle. Hua Guanshan had always looked up to his big brother. Later, he had his own son, Hua Xiaoheng. He realized that his son's talent was not inferior to his big brother's and was even better. He shifted all his hopes to Hua Xiaoheng, nurtured him carefully, and was strict with him. He never treated him kindly like an ordinary father, and wished that he could surpass his big brother as soon as possible. In the end, his big brother died before his son could grow up. From the day his big brother died, Hua Guanshan had truly matured. He took on the heavy burden of the family, and took good care of his big brother's wife and daughter. "No, my father loves me the most. He would never hit me for another woman." Deep down, Luo Jialan actually yearned for a father's love. However, when she was young, Hua Guanyuan wasn't at home all year round and had always been out on missions. Luo Jialan's impression of him was very vague, but this couldn't stop her from treating Hua Guanyuan as her biological father in her heart. Moreover, Hua Guanyuan was indeed good to her. His funds stated that half of the proceeds would be given to her mother, Luo Xinxue. After Luo Xinxue passed away, it fell into Luo Jialan's hands. After so many years, the proceeds had already become a very considerable amount of wealth. Last year, Song Jining suddenly recovered from her illness and sued by Genie to jail. It was also revealed that Luo Jialan wasn't Hua Guanyuan's biological daughter. At that time, she had wanted to leave the Hua family with her own fund and live on her own. Gun Yinji wanted to pursue her responsibility for abusing Song Jining and take back the fund left behind by the Xie family's grandmother. That was why she was so busy. She couldn't lose the fund, and she couldn't get into a lawsuit. Fortunately, the Zhang family was in trouble at that time, and Grandfather Hua was heartbroken. She used the opportunity to take care of him to persuade him to go to Europe with her to apologize to the Xie family and relax at the same time. After planning for nearly a year, she really didn't expect that in the end, not only would Song Jining not agree, but even Hua Guanshan, who had always treated her like his daughter, wouldn't agree. Haha, whether or not my big brother will hit you depends on what you've done. My big brother is a person who separates public and private interests. Hua Guanshan curled his lips in disdain and waved his hand to order. Orderly, go up and collect all of Luo Jialan's things and let her take them away. For the next 5 minutes, I don't want to see this person or anything related to this person in my house again. Yes, sir. Of course, Hua Guanshan's orderly only listened to Hua Guanshan's orders. Uncle Hua, are you serious? Luo Jialan's face darkened. I'll ask you again, are you really going to kick me out of the house for Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng? Hua Guanshan didn't answer her at all. He sat on the sofa and didn't look up from the newspaper. I hope you don't regret what you said today. Luo Jialan threw out a harsh sentence and ran up to pack her things. Hua Xiaoheng wanted to stop Luo Jialan, but when he saw Hua Guanshan's expression and thought about the Xie family, he shrunk his neck and went upstairs with a sigh. 5 minutes later, 5 or 6 boxes of various sizes beside Luo Jialan were thrown outside the Hua family's house. An orderly drove over in a small pickup truck and escorted her and her boxes out of the military compound. "Miss Luo, where are you going?" The orderly was still very polite to Luo Jialan. Luo Jialan also had her own place in the imperial capital, but she didn't want to go back now. She said stiffly, "Drop me off at the hotel in front." She arrogantly asked the orderly to help her bring all the boxes to the hotel room before she said, "Go back and tell your chief that I'll go back to see grandfather if I have the chance." The orderly scoffed and didn't say anything else. He turned around and left. Luo Jialan was so angry at the orderly that she almost fainted. She had just left the Hua family, and these lowly soldiers were already giving her a hard time. Luo Jialan gritted her teeth as she stared at the orderlies retreating back. She snorted coldly and slammed the door shut. The scenery on the road from Moscow to Siberia was beautiful. In early summer, everything grew and flowers bloomed. Gunyinji opened her eyes and looked out the window at the scenery. She was in a great mood. The car drove for a day and a night before arriving at Ekaterina Castle. This was a city named after Empress Ekaterina. The surroundings were filled with lush, white birch forests. The sky was blue like a transparent sapphire, and the flat forest in the distance was like a natural oil painting. Gunyinji stretched and said to Hua Xiaoheng, who had just opened his eyes, "Good morning." The driver in the front seat was snoring loudly. Vladimir, who was driving, glared at him in disdain. He was about to wake him up when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure flashing through the birch forest by the roadside from the corner of his eye. The KGB's many years of professionalism made Vladimir feel that something was wrong. But then he remembered that this was the KGB's car. There weren't many people in Russia who would dare to openly oppose the KGB, right? He was still considering whether to stop the car and find a place to eat breakfast or continue driving forward. Hua Xiaoheng also noticed the situation in the birch forest by the roadside. He was a little more vigilant than Vladimir. He turned his head to take a look, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He quickly said in Russian, "Speed up, get down." Vladimir reflexively stepped on the accelerator, and then his entire body slid down from the car's seat. At the same time, Hua Xiaoheng pounced over to hug Gunyinji and laid down in the back seat together. At that moment, a few muffled gunshots came from the birch forest. The bullets were like rapidly spinning probes. They instantly broke the bulletproof glass on the left side of the Jeep and flew out of the right side window, piercing through the entire car. This was the first major chapter of the day, Chapter 1248, Sweeping Out. The second chapter was at 1 in the afternoon, and the third chapter was at 8 in the evening. Moi. Chapter 1259. What's going on? What's going on? The middle-aged driver, who had been sleeping just now, woke up from his dream and raised his head abruptly. "Get down, you piece of trash. Get down." Vladimir had to hold the steering wheel as he cowered under the seat. He couldn't see the road ahead at all. Fortunately, this was a one-way lane, so he didn't have to worry about an oncoming car. The middle-aged driver immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and planned to slide to the open space in front of the car to hide. However, the other party seemed to have locked onto the people in the car. As soon as he moved, a bullet suddenly pierced through the front window. It flew over Vladimir's head and hit the middle-aged driver in the back. The middle-aged driver let out a blood-curdling scream and fell forward with a thud. He was so big that the entire Jeep almost jumped when he moved. Gunyinji heard the sound of the bullet piercing through the window and the middle-aged driver's scream. Her heart sank, and she quickly hugged Hua Xiaoheng tightly and pulled him down with all her might, afraid that he would also be hit by the bullet. If possible, she wished she could take the bullet for Hua Xiaoheng herself. For so many years, Hua Xiaoheng had been the one covering for others and taking the bullet for others. This time, he was being protected by the girl he loved. His heart warmed. Although he was being hunted by an unknown force, he didn't panic at all. He lowered his head and kissed Gunyinji's nervous little face. He smiled and said, "Do you want to see me perform a magic trick?" Gunyinji, was Hua Xiaoheng scared out of his wits? Gunyinji thought to herself. Just as she was about to tell him not to joke at a time like this, she heard Hua Xiaoheng say to Vladimir, "Give me the pistol." Vladimir, he still wanted to resist. "I don't have a pistol. I drove you guys to play, so why would I bring a pistol? Your partner has already been shot. If you don't want everyone to die together, you'd better give me a gun right away," Hua Xiaoheng said bluntly. Vladimir glared at the middle-aged driver next to him and reluctantly took out a gun. He threw it into Hua Xiaoheng's hand in the back seat and said stubbornly, "Don't tell me you didn't bring a gun." Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "It's in the suitcase. It needs to be assembled, so I didn't bring it with me." With that, he pressed Gunyinji down with one hand and made her lie on the seat, unable to move. He quietly got up and casually raised his gun to aim at the bullet hole in the window. Narrowing his eyes, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. He fired all 12 bullets in the pistol in one go. His marksmanship was indeed marvelous. Almost in the blink of an eye, there was no movement in the birch forest beside the road. The bullets that were still shooting out suddenly disappeared without a trace. Vladimir took advantage of this time to step on the accelerator and drive the Jeep like a racing car, rushing forward with all his might. They drove for a whole day, and the car was almost out of gas. Only then did they slow down and start looking for a gas station. Hua Xiaoheng finally let go. Gunyinji was pressed against the seat by him, and her arms were almost broken. Later, as the Jeep sped along, the jolting was like a cradle, and she fell asleep unknowingly. When she woke up, it was dusk. The cold air poured in through the broken window, and Gunyinji shivered. Looking down, she saw that she was still covered by Hua Xiaoheng's coat. Looking up slightly, she saw that Hua Xiaoheng was only wearing a black custom-made shirt. The crisp style made his figure look straight and sharp, tall and aloof. He was looking out of the window warily. "Are you okay?" Gunyinji asked and struggled to sit up. Vladimir was still driving in front. Gunyinji remembered that the middle-aged driver seemed to have been shot in the morning. She quickly asked, "Where's Uncle Ivan?" Ivan was the driver's name. "Look, he's still here." Vladimir pouted at the seat next to him. Gunyinji poked her head forward and saw the middle-aged driver lying motionless on the seat. There was an eye-catching hole in the back of his shirt. It was probably a bullet hole. She was dumbfounded and said anxiously, "He was shot, wasn't he? He was shot, wasn't he? Why didn't you send him to the hospital? How long has it been? He wasn't dead, was he?" Vladimir and Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. The middle-aged driver was still lying motionless. Gunyinji was about to burst into tears. She said to Vladimir, "What are you waiting for? Where's the hospital here? We'll send him in right away." Vladimir sneered and punched the middle-aged driver, who was lying next to him pretending to be dead. "That's enough. Get up." The middle-aged driver let out a burst of laughter and sat up straight. He turned around proudly and said, "Serious, I'm fine." Gunyinji's eyes widened. "But you were clearly shot." The middle-aged driver pulled his clothes to both sides, revealing the bulletproof vest inside. "Look, with this baby, those bullets don't work on me." "Stop bragging," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. The bullets used by the other party were armor-piercing bullets. If it weren't for the bulletproof glass blocking it, it wouldn't have been a problem for them to pierce through your bulletproof vest. Vladimir was still laughing, but now he stopped smiling and said gloomily, "They actually dared to attack us. I think this is another group of F***king people who are tired of living and want to die." When they didn't need to hide their identities, they would use the public license plate numbers. They all started with KGB, and the Russian people knew about them. If they drove such a car, it meant that they were from the KGB. They still dared to provoke them. Did they eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? The middle-aged driver was also very angry. He shouted in a loud voice, "They hit me. I'm injured." Then he nagged at Vladimir. "I was injured on the job, right? You have to reimburse me for my medical expenses when we get back. Also, I'm going to the hospital for treatment and recuperation in the scenic area. You have to give me an allowance. If it's a job injury, my salary will not change during the recuperation period, including bonuses." Gunyinji, where was he injured? Was it his brain? Vladimir caught a glimpse of Gunyinji's dumbfounded expression from the corner of his eye. He felt very embarrassed, but he couldn't refute the middle-aged driver's words. He could only say impatiently, "We'll talk about it when we get back." After a while, he asked again, "Are you okay?" She was still very worried about the middle-aged driver. Although he had a bulletproof vest, just as Hua Xiaoheng had said, the other party had used armor-piercing bullets. What if he was injured? The middle-aged driver rubbed his shoulder and grimaced. The bulletproof vest didn't penetrate, but the penetrating force was too strong. "I feel like my bones were broken." "Vladimir," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "it's indeed very likely that his bones were injured. Vladimir, why don't we take him here to find a hospital for a checkup?" Vladimir came back to his senses and spat at the middle-aged driver. "You're just trying to cheat me of a paid vacation." The middle-aged driver chuckled. "I'm injured anyway." The two of them teased each other and continued on their way. Before the sky turned dark, they still couldn't find a place to refuel. They walked for 2 days and 1 night and had already entered the Siberian region. The temperature at night had dropped significantly. The car window had a hole in it, so it couldn't keep out the cold at all. The air conditioner couldn't be used either. The key was that there wasn't much gas left. Before they found a gas station, the air conditioner couldn't be used even if it could be used. "Why don't we find a place and rest here for the night?" Vladimir was at his wit's end. He took out his phone and began to search for a nearby gas station. However, this place was too remote and the phone signal wasn't good. Vladimir couldn't find anything. Seeing this, Gunyinji took out her phone and searched. The Nanda satellite communication system was too powerful. Gunyinji's phone had no problem going online and making calls. She searched and found a gas station about 2 miles away. "This way, we'll be able to refuel in another 2 miles. Gunyinji showed Vladimir the route. Vladimir breathed a sigh of relief and quickly drove towards the gas station. The sky was already completely dark. A half-moon hung in the starry sky of Siberia. In the vast wilderness, the wind blew through the birch forest, causing it to whistle loudly. The brightly lit gas station in front of them was very eye-catching in the dark. The tall sign of the 7 to 11 convenience store was waiting for them to approach. Gunyinji shrunk her neck and mumbled, "It's so cold. I'll get you your coat when we refuel later." Hua Xiaoheng hugged her and kissed her face to warm her with his body temperature. The middle-aged driver and Vladimir were caught off guard and were stuffed with a mouthful of dog food. The two of them rubbed their noses and got out of the car, one on the left and one on the right. One went to refuel, while the other stood guard. Their suitcases were piled in the back of the Jeep. Hua Xiaoheng reached into the back of the Jeep and took out the Burberry military uniform coat that he had bought for Gunyinji from the suitcase. He also brought the leather boots over for her to change into. Gunyinji put on the woolen-lined coat and instantly felt warm. She rubbed her hands together and smiled. It would be perfect if there was a cup of hot cocoa. Hua Xiaoheng also wanted to get out of the car and take a look around. He nodded. "Wait here, I'll go buy it." There was a convenience store at the gas station that sold some food, drinks, and tobacco. Hua Xiaoheng got out of the car and walked under the moonlight to the brightly lit convenience store. However, when he was about to reach the door, he stopped. He saw a few figures flash past in the moonlight in front of the door. He could clearly see that one of them was carrying a gun on his back. Judging from the shape, it should be a semi-automatic submachine gun. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1249, Meeting Your Match. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi. Chapter 1260. Hua Xiaoheng hesitated for a second. Without batting an eyelid, he shifted his footsteps and quickly disappeared into the shadows of the pillar in front of the convenience store. The criminals hiding in the convenience store, ready to wait for him to enter, suddenly realized that there was no one outside. One of them rubbed his eyes and looked out the door. It was still quiet, and the moonlight shone on the ground. Not far away, the Jeep was refueling, and the tall man who had just walked towards them had disappeared without a trace. Hua Xiaoheng's movements were so fast that before these people could react, he had already disappeared. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. What should we do? That person is too shrewd. Did he discover us? Impossible, right? We didn't go out at all. I'll give it a try. The few people in the room whispered to each other through the walkie-talkie in the lowest possible voices. Hua Xiaoheng observed for a while. Seeing that the other party was still not moving, he planned to leave quietly. Bang! 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 The sound of a sniper rifle with a silencer rang out beside his feet. Then it stirred up a cloud of dust in front of the convenience store. The other party was probing. Hua Xiaoheng hurriedly stopped and continued to hide behind the pillar. He was in a small corridor in front of the convenience store. There were several thick wavy beams at the top of the corridor. It was an open roof. The moonlight shone through the gaps between the beams, leaving mottled marks on the ground. Hua Xiaoheng tried his best not to let the other party discover his presence. But the muffled gunshots were exceptionally clear in the quiet Siberian night sky. Vladimir and the driver, who were refueling, heard the gunshots and immediately pulled out their guns to retaliate. A gunfight in a gas station could be dangerous. Therefore, the two of them only fired a few shots. When they saw that the other party did not move, they stopped shooting. They just hid and watched the movements of the convenience store. The middle-aged driver whispered, "Is it the group of people on the road this morning?" Vladimir nodded. "I guess it's a group of people. They had been running for a whole day, thinking that they had gotten rid of those people, but they were still waiting for them here. These people are quite smart. They knew that we needed to refuel, so they calculated the distance and waited for us at this gas station." He suddenly remembered that Gunyinji was still in the car, so he quickly poked his head out and knocked on the window. Gunyinji looked at him in confusion. "Come down quickly." The other party had caught up to them again. It's even more dangerous to shoot in the middle of a gas station. The middle-aged driver desperately gestured and mouthed to Gunyinji. If there was an explosion in the gas station, their jeep would definitely be engulfed in flames. Gunyinji understood and suddenly remembered Hua Xiaoheng, who had gone to the convenience store because she wanted hot cocoa. Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat, and she practically threw open the car door to get out. "Where's Hua Xiao?" The driver silently pointed in the direction of the convenience store. Gunyinji whipped her head around to look at the mottled moonlight at the entrance of the convenience store and the brightly lit interior. Where was the shadow of a person? "They're hiding. Don't worry. Major General Hua is fine." The middle-aged driver comforted her carefully and pulled her behind him. The driver, who was short and broad like a bear, was able to block 3 people like Gunyinji, so of course it was safe to hide behind him. However, Gunyinji was worried about Hua Xiaoheng and said anxiously, "I'll call him back. Let's go." "Is the car full of gas?" "Almost there, almost there," Vladimir whispered from the side. "But even if we leave, the other party won't let us go. We ran away in the morning and ran for a day and night, but the other party kept chasing us. So do you think running away will work?" Gunyinji was speechless, but she couldn't watch Hua Xiaoheng be in danger and do nothing. Her mind was racing, and her gaze fell on the suitcase in the back of the jeep. She and Hua Xiaoheng each had one. Hua Xiaoheng had said that he had a gun, but it was in the suitcase and not on him. However, she remembered that she didn't see anything shaped like a gun in Hua Xiaoheng's suitcase. If Hua Xiaoheng wasn't lying, then he should have brought parts that could be assembled into a gun. Gunyinji gestured to the middle-aged driver to open the back door. The middle-aged driver didn't understand and looked at her in confusion. Gunyinji was about to explain, but Hua Xiaoheng had already retreated. A series of gunshots rang out in the silent night sky like frying beans. Gunyinji stuck her head out and saw Hua Xiaoheng running extremely fast. He was as fast as lightning under the moonlight, and in the blink of an eye, he was beside her and the middle-aged driver. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He opened the back of the car with one hand and took out his suitcase. With the bulletproof jeep in the way, Hua Xiaoheng opened his suitcase, took out the parts he had put in the suitcase, and quickly assembled them. In less than 10 seconds, a miniature submachine gun with an infrared night vision scope was born in Hua Xiaoheng's hands. Vladimir saw it and held it in for a long time before saying, "In our country, it's illegal for foreigners to carry guns. Stop talking. Just pretend you didn't see it." Gunyinji retorted bluntly to Vladimir. "Do you have such a gun?" Gun Yinji's gaze slid over the small pistols in the hands of the two KGB agents. They were all semi-automatic weapons, and their firepower was definitely superior to the small pistols. The middle-aged driver closed his eyes and muttered, "I didn't see it. I didn't see anything, Vladimir." Gun Yinji continued, "If Washao didn't have a gun, would we have been able to defeat those bandits?" The middle-aged driver opened his eyes. "How did you know they were bandits? They dared to attack the KGB's car. Are they regular soldiers?" Gun Yinji scoffed. Vladimir rubbed his nose and glared at the middle-aged driver. Hua Xiaoheng held the gun in one hand and held up a bullet in the other. He had picked it up at the entrance of the convenience store. He said to the two KGB agents, "Judging from their fighting methods, strategies, weapons, and bullets, they should be members of the Russian mafia." Vladimir and the middle-aged driver's expressions changed at the same time. "Are you sure?" The Russian mafia was a special mafia that was famous on the entire blue planet. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the government's control over the country fell to its lowest point. It was at this time that the Russian mafia came into being and filled the power gap. They were different from the small-scale gangs in other countries when they first developed. They had a very high starting point from the beginning, because they started off by smuggling weapons. When the former Soviet Union collapsed, many places lost their governments overnight. It was unknown how many weapons had ended up in the hands of the commoners. From small AK-47 assault rifles, RGP-7 rocket launchers, to large T-34 tanks, MiG-15 fighter jets, to strategic weapons, Katyusha rocket launchers, and even nuclear materials and small nuclear bombs. They sold them all on the blue planet. The former Soviet Union's weapons were sophisticated, durable, and especially lethal. It could be said that after the Russian mafia stepped onto the stage of modern history, the firepower of the mafia on the entire blue planet had risen to a huge level. Many mafia bosses in small countries even stepped onto the political stage and became national leaders. They relied on their powerful weapons that were comparable to the regular army of the former Soviet Union. But all of this had become history after President Putin came to power in Russia. President Putin was a world-famous strongman with an iron fist and was once the commander of the KGB. With him taking action and the backing of the most powerful KGB, the Russian mafia was torn apart overnight and no longer had the powerful ability to act as before. Russia had not long ago seized all the weapons of the Russian mafia. The various guns and ammunition that piled up into a small mountain amazed the Russians. They dared to go against the KGB. "Do you want us to encircle and annihilate them again?" Vladimir cursed in a low voice. Hua Xiaoheng didn't reply. He turned around and leaned against the body of the jeep. He raised his gun and aimed at the convenience store. With a bang, he fired and first extinguished the incandescent light at the entrance of the convenience store. Then, he aimed at the wires pulled out from the roof of the convenience store. Bang! With a gunshot, the wires crackled and flashed with a few sparks, and then the entire convenience store fell into darkness. It turned out that Hua Xiaoheng had broken the wires with one shot. The driver was so shocked that his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He stammered, This is a gas station. You'll cause a big explosion. If a single spark fell into the oil depot, they would all be finished. I know what I'm doing." Hua Xiaoheng didn't even raise his head. He looked through the infrared night vision scope. A few figures gradually appeared in the cross-shaped scope. "They're out. You guys get in the car and get ready to leave." Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand. He had already become the leader of the four. Even Vladimir couldn't help but obey his orders. The middle-aged driver went around the back of the car and quickly pulled the gas gun out of the Jeep's refueling hole. He put it back in its original position and hung it up. Just as they retreated to the back of the car and were about to open the door to get in, they heard a bang. The Jeep in front of them suddenly jumped, and then the entire car tilted. One of the tires had been blown out. Of course, the car with only 3 wheels left couldn't be driven away. Hua Xiaoheng made a prompt decision and took out Gun Yinji's suitcase from the car. He stuffed both suitcases into Gun Yinji's hands and said calmly, "Drag it. Use it as a shield if necessary." Gu Nianji nodded and stood behind Hua Xiaoheng with one suitcase in each hand. Hua Xiaoheng said to Vladimir and the driver in Russian, "We'll split up and meet up at 3 o'clock in the birch forest ahead. Let's see who the other party is going to deal with." If they were going to deal with the KGB, then they wouldn't be chasing after Hua Xiaoheng and the others. If they were going to deal with Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji, then Vladimir and the driver could escape and find reinforcements. This was the third update of the day, Chapter 1250, The Other Party's Target. P.S. Tomorrow is Monday. Don't forget your recommendation votes, my dear ones. Kiss, my dear ones. Chapter 1261. Of course, there was another if that Hua Xiaoheng didn't say. Looking ahead again, Hua Xiaoheng held a gun in one hand and held Gu Nianji's arm in the other. He quickly retreated north, far away from the jeep that was acting as cover. Gu Nianji dragged her suitcase with both hands and stumbled behind Hua Xiaoheng. The other party probably didn't expect the sudden darkness in front of the gas station. Seeing the four people disappear from their sight, these people panicked and rushed out of the convenience store. After coming out, they realized that they had been too rash. They quickly hid behind the pillar in front of the door to observe the situation in front. After their eyes adapted to the darkness, they quickly saw the situation in front of them with the help of the moonlight. The jeep was still parked in the gas station. Their sniper had blown up the tires just now, so the four people definitely wouldn't drive away. But now there was only the jeep parked there. Where are the four people? Did they disappear into thin air again? These people panicked and began to call for air support. Why aren't you guys making a move? The target has already escaped. If you don't make a move now, we'll all starve together. Soon, there was a buzzing sound in the air. Small drones flew up from behind the convenience store and flew towards the gas station. These small drones were obviously used for reconnaissance, but from the looks of it, they weren't military products. They were probably civilian drones with high-definition cameras and perhaps far-infrared devices. It was hard to say how far they could see in the dark. Hua Xiaoheng had already led Gu Nianji into the birch forest north of the gas station. It was early summer, and the leaves in the birch forest were thick. When the wind blew, the leaves rustled. It was impossible for the other party's drones to fly here. As soon as they arrived, they would be caught by the dense branches that shot out from the forest like a spider's web. Gu Nianji stood beside Hua Xiaoheng, panting. She whispered, "Major General Hua, why are we acting separately from Vladimir and the others?" They had fewer people compared to the enemy, and they were split into two teams. It would be easy for the enemy to take them down one by one. Hua Xiaoheng looked ahead vigilantly. Without lowering his head, he whispered, "What do you think?" "Gu Nianji, I just went to the convenience store to buy hot cocoa for you. Before I entered the store, I saw someone lying in ambush. Maybe they didn't expect me to walk over directly, so they didn't hide well and let me discover them in advance." Gu Nianji nodded. "You mean there's an ambush inside?" "Yes." Hua Xiaoheng changed his location and continued to observe the movements of the gas station. They have a lot of people, and they're well armed. Plus, they're at a gas station. We can't fight them head-on. If they forced the other party into a corner and decided to die together with them, none of them would be able to escape the fire and explosion of the gas station. Therefore, the most important thing now was to leave the gas station. But we don't have many people to begin with. If we stay with Vladimir and the others, Gu Nianji didn't give up. She felt that they were all in the same boat at this time, so they should help each other and get through this together. Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes. "You trust them that much? What if this has something to do with them?" In addition to distracting the enemy's attention and firepower, there was another reason why he said to split up. He didn't say that he wanted to get away from the two KGB agents' surveillance. What if this was a thief crying thief? Hua Xiaoheng had been in this business for so many years. What hadn't he seen? All was fair in war. It wasn't just a literal metaphor. However, Gu Nianji was closer to Vladimir and the driver, so she instinctively objected. "No way. This is too dangerous. Do they need to be so complicated to deal with us?" "It's hard to say. Maybe not, maybe not. I know you're talking about evidence, but my experience tells me that we can't trust anyone at this time. We can only trust each other." Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji had different perspectives on the problem, and their starting points were also different. Also, think about it carefully. Why did those criminals only hit the tires at the gas station and not the gas tank directly? Gun Yinji? Because they didn't want Vladimir and Ivan to be implicated. Blowing up the tires was to give them a chance to escape. Xiaoheng enunciated each word. Gun Yinji was silent for a moment. She criticized herself for being too emotional. Although she got along well with the two KGB agents, they were still KGB agents. She couldn't treat tigers as pet cats just because they knew how to act cute. But deep down, Gun Yinji still hoped that Vladimir and the driver weren't so dark. After all, she didn't think there was a real conflict of interest between them. Hua Xiaoheng knew that Gun Yinji was feeling bad, so he didn't bring up the topic. He raised his submachine gun and looked through the scope at the dozen or so small drones above the gas station opposite them. He turned around and put the two suitcases filled with a lot of clothes together, one in front of the other. He leaned against a soft haystack and said to Gun Yinji, "Stay behind this suitcase and don't move. I'll go over there and see if I can shoot down these drones." Although these things weren't as powerful as the military drones, it was quite annoying to have them follow them like shadows. It was dark all around, and Gun Yinji was a little afraid. However, she was even more afraid that Hua Xiaoheng would fight against 10 people alone and wouldn't be able to return. She grabbed his hand and whispered, "Can't you just shoot the drones here?" Hua Xiaoheng could tell that she was worried, so he pulled her over and lowered his head to kiss her forehead. "Be good, I'll be fine." They couldn't shoot here, and the other party would know their location as soon as they shot. Therefore, if he wanted to shoot those drones, he definitely couldn't do it where he and Gun Yinji were hiding. Gun Yinji understood, and her palms were sweating. "Then why don't you go somewhere else and shoot? Aren't you afraid that they'll know your location? It's more convenient for me to change positions alone." Hua Xiaoheng changed the magazine to his submachine gun and whispered, "The other party is a Russian mafia. The weapons in their hands are enough to compete with the regular army. I have to go and see what weapons they have." Because they were facing a Russian mafia, anything was possible. Their weapons were most likely very powerful. The most terrifying possibility was that the other party had an RPG-7 rocket launcher. That thing could hit the birch forest, and it would be accurate and create a sea of fire. Xiaoheng didn't tell Gun Yinji in detail, afraid that he would scare her. Under the moonlight, Gun Yinji's little face was so pale that it glowed. He could tell that she was actually very scared, but in order not to worry him, she forced herself to be calm. Hua Xiaoheng felt a little sad. He, who had always acted decisively, felt a moment of reluctance. But soon his natural instinct to destroy the enemy made him leave decisively. Hua Xiaoheng's strong figure, which was like a black panther, quickly disappeared into the dense forest of the birch forest. Gun Yinji silently looked in the direction he disappeared in. She covered her pounding heart and slowly shrank behind the suitcase. She curled up into a ball and tried her best to reduce her presence. The second in command of the KGB, Vladimir, and the middle-aged driver took advantage of the night to quickly escape the gas station in the dark. His usually fat and sluggish body was now bursting with extraordinary mobility. It was the opposite direction of Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji. Hua Xiaoheng took Gun Yinji north and entered the birch forest on the opposite side of the highway. Vladimir and the middle-aged driver went south, bypassing the gas station and the convenience store. They crossed the highway from the other side and entered the birch forest in the north. This could indeed distract the enemy's attention and firepower. However, there was a prerequisite for doing this, and that was that all 4 of them were the enemy's targets. If only 2 of them were the enemy's targets, they would be splitting their manpower and firepower by doing this. When the enemy's small drone hovered over the gas station, Vladimir and the middle-aged driver had already circled around to the woods behind the convenience store. As soon as the 2 of them circled around the back of the convenience store, they found 4 or 5 people operating the small drone in the backyard of the convenience store. The middle-aged driver stuck his head out to take a look, and his eyes widened in surprise. He muttered, "They're quite well prepared." Vladimir's face darkened, and he didn't say anything. He kicked him. Don't make a sound. Hurry up and go. Go where? The middle-aged driver looked at him suspiciously. Sirius and the others deliberately separated from us. Are you still going to meet up with them? Vladimir. He looked up and smiled. I didn't expect you to be smart for once. You knew that Major General Hoyt deliberately left us behind. Bullsh asterisk T. The middle-aged driver instantly revealed his true colors. They're suspecting you. Speak. Did you bring these people here? Vladimir was so angry at the middle-aged driver that his nose was crooked. F asterisk CK, your great-grandmother. Which eye of yours can tell that these people are related to me? The middle-aged driver still looked suspicious. Not only do Sirius and the others suspect you, even I suspect you. You've always had a lot of tricks up your sleeves. Besides, how can I tell that you're related to them? Vladimir was so angry that he went crazy. He strangled the middle-aged driver's neck. F asterisk CK, your mother's SH asterisk T. If these people were related to me, would I have let them attack at the gas station? If I wasn't careful, I would have killed myself. Do you have any common sense? The middle-aged driver rolled his eyes from being strangled by him and quickly apologized. I know. I've wronged you. Can you let go? Vladimir let go of his hand, but kicked the middle-aged driver again. You've never used your cleverness in the right place. I'm not smart. The middle-aged driver rubbed his throat. I'm just a little more meticulous than others. You're a careless person, and you still have the cheek to say that you're meticulous. Huh, forget it if you don't believe me. The middle-aged driver looked at Vladimir. You always secretly compare the likes on your WeChat with me. Do you think I don't know? Vladimir. After a while, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Shut up. I'm going to contact the KGB headquarters in Moscow now. You're in charge of keeping watch. The middle-aged driver froze for a moment. You're only contacting them now. How dare you say that this has nothing to do with you? I say, boss, you can't do this. Sirius is so good to us. How could you have the heart to set up a trap to lie to her? I despise you for 10,000 years. It's none of your business. Vladimir was too lazy to explain. He just wanted to see how many tricks Xiaoheng had up his sleeves. This was the first chapter of the day. Chapter 1251, Despise You for 10,000 Years. The second chapter was at 1 p.m., and the third chapter was at 8 p.m. Today was Monday, and I forgot to vote for my friend's recommendation form. P.S. Thank you to Only Reading Makes You Happy in Life for your 10,000 Chidian coins the day before yesterday. Moi. Chapter 1262. Vladimir didn't believe that Xiaoheng would dare to follow the two KGB agents without bringing anyone with him. He didn't care about the robbers who were hiding in the birch forest and shooting. It wasn't until they set up an ambush at the gas station convenience store that Vladimir realized he had underestimated them. Did Xiaoheng really not bring anyone with him? Vladimir muttered to himself as he took out the KGB's special phone and contacted the headquarters in Moscow. Comrade Eugene, we've run into some trouble. Can you help us check if the gangs we're keeping an eye on have taken on the business of sniping foreigners recently? Yes, especially the Tomahawk gang. They're the most daring. Vladimir didn't want to mobilize a large force and alert all parties. The KGB's working style wasn't like this. Moreover, Xiaoheng's identity wasn't ordinary. If others found out that he was in danger in Russia and that he was in danger with the KGB, they wouldn't be able to clear their names even if they fell into the Volga River. This was a major event that would cause serious international political disputes. Therefore, Vladimir chose to secretly investigate the origins of the gangs that were after them, and then directly find their boss to deal with their subordinates. This was also another way of subduing the enemy without a fight. After the call, Vladimir sent a text message to the operation team he was leading to assign a mission. Activate Emergency Action Plan I. Location, Novosibirsk. The specific coordinates are as follows. You need to carry light and heavy weapons just in case. Vladimir put away his phone and let out a long sigh. He turned around and saw that his partner was still poking his head out. He couldn't help but pat him on the head. What are you looking at? Be careful, they'll shoot you. Boss, look over there. I don't think that's right. The middle-aged driver looked in the direction of the small drone at the gas station in confusion. They left the gas station and headed towards the birch forest across the street. That seemed to be the place where they had agreed to meet up with Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji. Although they didn't want to go over now, they couldn't just watch these people find where Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji were. Vladimir clicked his tongue and muttered as he crawled out of his hiding place. That's all there is to it. Hua Xiaoheng was actually helpless against these drones? To think that he had such a high opinion of him. He lazily took out his pistol and aimed it at the drones. Just as he was about to shoot, a muffled gunshot came from a place not far from them. Bang! Not far away from the gas station, a drone that was about to fly toward the birch forest crashed with a thud. It fell from a high altitude and shattered into pieces in the open space not far from the gas station. The middle-aged driver's eyes widened, and he gave Vladimir a thumbs up. Boss, you're good. He killed a drone with one shot. I haven't even fired yet. Vladimir gritted his teeth and said word by word. This Major General Hua is really cunning. Before he could finish his sentence, they heard a few more gunshots from their side. The location of the gunshots was not quite the same as the previous ones. It seemed like the gunshots had moved, but they were closer to where they were. The middle-aged driver's head practically spun along with the gunshots as he laughed and counted 2. Another 1 down. 3. Let's do it again. 4, 5, 6, 7. Holy shit. This is a moving target. 8, 9, 10. The entire army was wiped out. As the middle-aged driver counted, the gunmen practically circled around them and slipped away from behind them. Vladimir's expression suddenly changed. He pulled the middle-aged driver to the ground and lay on the ground. Then, he quickly rolled and said, "Get lost. We've been locked on." Almost as if to annotate Vladimir's words, the sound of gunfire poured towards them like raindrops. The criminals on the other side realized that their drones had been killed one by one, and the direction of the gunshots was coming from behind them. Without hesitation, they determined that the gunmen, who were the people they were chasing, were hiding behind them. Without another word, the snipers picked up their guns, and the others picked up their semi-automatic submachine guns. They fired at the place where Vladimir and the middle-aged driver were hiding. Fortunately, Vladimir reacted quickly. Before the other party could react, he pulled the middle-aged driver and rolled on the ground, leaving the small forest where they had been hiding. Only after rolling out of the small forest did they dare to get up and run for their lives. The gunshots behind them were sparse. Soon, a few more gunshots came from the opposite direction. The pursuers behind them had started fighting. The middle-aged driver suddenly understood. He grabbed Vladimir, who was running desperately, and said, "Boss, the one who fired just now was Major General Hua, right? He's covering our retreat now. Aren't we going back to support him? Support my *SS. Those criminals were chasing after his gunshots. How do you think these gunmen who were shooting at us found our direction?" Vladimir was exasperated that they didn't live up to his expectations. Huh? No way. The middle-aged driver was shocked. You mean Major General Hua ran from the other side to our side to shoot at the drones? What do you think? Vladimir rolled his eyes. He felt that with such a subordinate, his eyelids would age even faster. That's true. Oh, how should I put it? I think it's still excusable. The middle-aged driver hesitated for a long time before finally getting to the point. What did you say? Excusable? What's excusable about it? Tell me clearly. Vladimir couldn't take it anymore. He pointed in the direction of the gunshots. Can't you tell? He wants our lives. But if he didn't come here to shoot the drones, but to the birch forest on the other side, Sirius would have been exposed. Those gangster gunmen are vicious and evil, so they would have scared Sirius. So I think it's okay for him to lure those gangster gunmen over. The middle-aged driver was really considerate of Gun Yinji. Even if Hua Xiaoheng lured the gangster gunmen over to their side, he didn't think it was a big deal. And we're men, so of course we have to protect women. So boss, let's not run anymore. Let's fight with Major General Hua. After the middle-aged driver finished speaking, he pulled out his pistol and ran back. Come back. Ivan, I order you to come back. Vladimir was so angry that he almost stomped his feet. I'm leaving alone. Are you coming back or not? However, the middle-aged driver ran forward without looking back. He came to a place not far from Hua Xiaoheng and found a place to take cover. Then he poked his head out and fired 4 or 5 shots in a row. Instantly, 4 or 5 gangster gunmen fell to the ground. Hua Xiaoheng looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect this guy to have the guts to come back to participate in the gunfight. He turned around and hid behind the dark tree trunk. The submachine gun, equipped with the far-infrared night vision scope, played a greater role at this time. Da-da-da-da. The sound of gunfire echoed in the quiet forest. The bright red tongues of fire were the only light in the dark forest, attracting moths to constantly pounce over, even if they were burned to ashes by the fire. Although the gangster gunmen also had infrared night vision glasses, they were completely inferior to Hua Xiaoheng in terms of use. Hua Xiaoheng was a soldier and had been a special forces soldier before. He had also been a fighter jet test pilot. No matter which army he was in, he was undoubtedly the best. Even the 2 KGB agents weren't as good at shooting as him. Because they weren't soldiers, they hadn't systematically practiced shooting. But the 2 KGB agents' marksmanship was still very accurate. Moreover, although the bullets of their pistols were relatively old, and because of the design deviation, the hit rate wasn't high. But the KGB's special bullets had a very special characteristic, and that was that they had very strong penetrating power. They could even penetrate bulletproof vests when they faced each other. By the time Vladimir came back expressionlessly, the middle-aged driver had already killed 3 or 4 gangster gunmen. Huh? Didn't you leave? Why are you back? The middle-aged driver didn't think too much about it. He thought that Vladimir was here to steal the credit. You're not dead, so how can I leave? Vladimir rolled his eyes again and kicked him at the same time. Make way over there. Let me do it. Vladimir took out a very long pistol from his pocket and aimed it at the gangster gunmen who were swarming over. Watch carefully. Vladimir was expressionless. He raised his arm flat, as if he was in a shooting range, and fired all the bullets at the opponent in an instant. This was today's second update. Chapter 1252. Very okay. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, the third update. Today was Monday. My friends forgot to vote for the recommendation form. Moi. Chapter 1263. The sound of bullets was like the sound of a dull blower. It was nothing compared to the sound of the birch forest. 7 or 8 gangster gunmen who had rushed over were knocked down, and soon there were only 6 or 7 people left. They were obviously stunned because they realized that there seemed to be more than one person shooting. There were 3 places where shots rang out at the same time. In other words, there were 3 people shooting at the same time, and there were only 4 people on the other side. This meant that at least one of the 2 KGB members was involved in the battle. The gangster gunmen nervously contacted each other. They didn't want to clash head-on with the KGB. Hua Xiaoheng took advantage of their daze to calmly raise the submachine gun in his hand and aim at the gangster gunmen in the cross-shaped field of vision through the infrared night vision scope. After a few gunshots, the remaining 6 or 7 gunmen also fell to the ground. The middle-aged driver was overjoyed. He couldn't stop giving Hua Xiaoheng a thumbs up. He gestured at Hua Xiaoheng and then at Vladimir. Vladimir couldn't bear to watch any longer. He grabbed his thumb and twisted it hard. The middle-aged driver held back the scream that almost escaped his mouth. He pushed Vladimir away and retreated to the side to comfort his almost broken thumb. Hua Xiaoheng gestured to them, then disappeared into the darkness with his back bent. Vladimir nodded and didn't chase after him. Instead, he pushed the middle-aged driver and said, "We have to find a place to spend the night. The operation team won't be here until tomorrow." As for Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Ninji, Vladimir didn't plan to be with them for the time being. Hua Xiaoheng was on guard against them, and Vladimir didn't completely trust Hua Xiaoheng either. Probably only the 2 fools, Sirius and Ivan, trust each other, Vladimir thought, trying to find joy in the midst of his misery. Hua Xiaoheng relied on his accurate memory and sense of direction to quickly return to the place where Gun Yinji was hiding in the birch forest north of the gas station. His eyes had already adapted to the darkness, and he immediately saw Gun Yinji hiding behind two suitcases that were pressed tightly together behind the dark haystack. She was sitting on the ground with her legs bent and her head buried between her knees. She was like a small ostrich, thinking that no one would see her if she buried her head in the sand. Xiaoheng walked over quietly and knelt on one knee in front of her. Gun Yinji was startled to realize that someone had arrived. She looked up abruptly and saw that it was Hua Xiaoheng. Her expression instantly changed from fear to surprise, and she threw herself into his arms without hesitation. Hua Xiaoheng caught her with one hand, held her against his chest, and lowered his head to kiss her. Her lips were cold, but because of the cold, he could feel the existence of her lips. They were soft and fragrant, and he couldn't get enough of them no matter how much he ate them. Men, on the other hand, were usually pumped full of adrenaline after battle. They were wild and aggressive. At that moment, he was facing the woman he loved the most. Hua Xiaoheng, who had always been calm and composed and had perfect self-control, had a reaction. He wanted nothing more than to take Gun Yinji right there, and then Gun Yinji was completely unaware of it. She hugged Hua Xiaoheng with all her might and kissed him passionately. She couldn't express her nervousness, fear, and worry for the past 10 minutes. She could only pour all her emotions into her kiss. A gust of cold wind blew, and Hua Xiaoheng calmed down from his excitement. He could feel Gun Yinji's unusual passion, and he understood what she was thinking. This girl must be scared out of her wits, although she knew what Hua Xiaoheng did for a living. This was the first time she directly felt the danger of his daily missions. Every contribution he made was earned with his life on the line. Gun Yinji kissed him fiercely, like a little beast. She bit on his lips to vent. Hua Xiaoheng's movements slowed down. His strong arms held her in his embrace, and the hand that wasn't holding a gun kept caressing her back. He relaxed his lips and let her bite. Occasionally, he stuck out the tip of his tongue to lick her, as if to comfort her, but it ignited an even greater fire. After a while, his large hand moved to the back of her neck and held her head in place. Their lips parted, but they were still so close that they could feel each other's hot breath. Gun Yinji was very unhappy. She still wanted to kiss him, so how could he not give it to her? She made a hoarse murmur in her throat and tried to break free from Hua Xiaoheng's hand that was clamping the back of her neck. Hua Xiaoheng touched his forehead with hers and chuckled softly. That chuckle was low and magnetic, and it came from his chest. It seemed to have a hook that wanted to hook her heart out. It was too tempting. Not only was it against the rules, but it was also against the law. Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng in fascination. The moonlight pierced through the clouds and fog, shining into the birch forest, casting a deep and shallow silver glow. Hua Xiaoheng's body still carried the smell of gunpowder. In the quiet night of the birch forest, it marked his existence. He was brave, fearless, and unstoppable. Gun Yinji's bright black eyes seemed to be filtered by a thin layer of gauze under the moonlight, emitting a soft light. She was like jade, as bright as the moon. You still want it? Hua Xiaoheng approached her lips and gently touched them before separating. Then he moved up and kissed the tip of her delicate nose, the straight bridge of her nose, and up, stopping for a moment on her forehead. Clear and shallow kisses constantly pecked her face, gliding across her delicate cheeks like a dragonfly skimming the water. They were light and swift. In his arms, she only felt the peace of time. Time flew like an arrow, like a white steed passing through a crack. Gun Yinji closed her eyes. Her excitement subsided under Hua Xiaoheng's gentle kiss. Panting slightly, she held his arm and buried her head in his arms. Hearing his rumbling heartbeat, Gun Yinji curled her lips. It turned out that she wasn't the only one who couldn't control herself. She raised her head and kissed Hua Xiaoheng's beautiful and powerful chin. Spots of green light appeared on his chin. Gun Yinji laughed and stepped back to whisper, "Prick. You won't kiss me if you prick me? That won't do." Hua Xiaoheng deliberately used his chin to scratch her tender little face. Hearing her giggle, his entire body relaxed. Gun Yinji was held in his arms and couldn't move. The two of them cuddled for a while before Hua Xiaoheng said, "Let's go find a place to stay." As soon as they got up, they heard a dog barking from the gas station across the street. Hua Xiaoheng's expression changed slightly. He raised an arm towards Gun Yinji to stop her from moving. Gun Yinji immediately looked at Hua Xiaoheng without moving. She had also heard the dog barking. After the incessant gunshots, just now, she suddenly heard a dog barking. She didn't feel like there was any life in the world. Instead, she became nervous. Hua Xiaoheng listened attentively. It wasn't an ordinary dog barking, but the sound made by a well-trained police dog. The wind in the birch forest was very loud, and the leaves rustled. The sound coming from outside seemed to be faint. However, it gradually became clear and then slowly moved away as if it was heading south. It was also the place where Hua Xiaoheng had just circled around to Vladimir and the middle-aged driver to shoot. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly relieved, but his brows were still tightly furrowed. It turned out that the Russian gangsters still had backup. Could it be that the gunmen they had killed just now were just the first wave? Now they were actually using police dogs and started a search around the gas station and convenience store. This was the third watch of the day. Chapter 1253, Can't Stop. Today was Monday. Dear friends, you forgot to vote for the recommendation form. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 1264. A few burly men wearing bulletproof vests, helmets, and night vision goggles got out of a black truck with a few fierce Dobermans. They formed a group of three, holding a gun in one hand and a dog in the other. They stood back to back and watched their surroundings warily. As long as there was the slightest sign of trouble, they would shoot without hesitation. Compared to the previous gunmen, these people were much more experienced, and their marksmanship was also more accurate. They led the Dobermans around the gas station. They first went to the Jeep and sniffed it for a while. After familiarizing themselves with the smell, they let the Dobermans, who were good at tracking, chase after the four people who escaped. Third brother, why didn't you get the things of those two Huaxiao people and let the Dobermans smell them? One of the gunmen asked in confusion. The other two KGB members aren't our targets. Do you think we don't want to? But we didn't have time. We didn't have time to get the clothes of those two people. Another gunman shrugged. Otherwise, would we have used Group A, B, and C to deal with them? The gunman called third brother was silent for a moment and said, "Actually, this mission is so difficult and rushed that we didn't have time to make sufficient preparations. I don't understand why we should accept this mission. Do you even need to ask? The other party's offer is high enough. This kind of last-minute mission? It's not like we haven't accepted a mission before. Only those who can afford the price can make the elites of our Tomahawk gang work for us. No matter how high it is, it can't be higher than a human life. I don't want to be able to earn it, but not have the life to spend it." The gunman muttered, not daring to object openly. In early May, it was still very cold in Siberia late at night. Fortunately, these Dobermans were well trained. They could track the scent of the four people in a place like the gas station where the smell was mixed. They circled around the Jeep a few times, then ran towards the birch forest north of the gas station. The gunmen's spirits were roused, and they started running after them. Vladimir and the driver, who were hiding behind the convenience store, were a little nervous when they saw this scene. They didn't expect these gang members to be so generous this time. Not only were there drones, but there were also police dogs. There was no need to mention all kinds of gunmen and snipers. Each of their marksmanship was more accurate than the other, and each of them was more ruthless than the other. Are Sirius and the others in the birch forest across the street? The middle-aged driver asked Vladimir uneasily. Vladimir nodded. Yes, haha. Major General Hua has overreached himself, hasn't he? Let him abandon us. He said lazily, but he still crawled out from his hiding place. He found a large rock on the ground and threw it towards the west. The Dobermans who were about to run to the birch forest on the other side immediately heard the sound of the stone. They turned back without hesitation and ran in the direction where the stone landed. Vladimir proudly returned to the place where he and the middle-aged driver were hiding. With a "come and praise me" look, he curled the corners of his mouth and said, "Oh, I forgot to take a picture of that stone and send it to my WeChat moments, the driver." He poked his head out for a moment, but it was too dark to see where the dogs and the gunman had gone. But listening to the occasional barking of dogs in the night sky, they seemed to have gone north again. Gunyenji and the others were hiding in the northern birch forest. The middle-aged driver clenched his fists and suddenly jumped out of his hiding place. He ran for his life towards the east. He was already big, and he deliberately increased his pace as he ran. Every step he took was earth-shattering. The Dobermans sensed such a big commotion again. They turned around together and looked to the east. Then, they suddenly barked and sped up, running east. Their explosive power was so strong that the gunmen were caught off guard. They tripped over them and were dragged to the ground. They quickly let go of the rope. Without the restraints, the Dobermans ran even faster. Vladimir watched in shock as the middle-aged driver ran away and quickly chased after him. "Why are you running? The more you run, the more these dogs will chase after you." Vladimir kicked his legs and ran as fast as a windmill. "That's right. I have to lure these dogs away. Otherwise, they'll find Sirius sooner or later." The middle-aged driver said without looking back, "Holy sh*t, you've really been through life and death with her. How many red packets did she give you to buy your life?" Vladimir was a little jealous of Gunyenji for a moment. Why didn't he have such a good life? The middle-aged driver pretended to be deaf and dumb. He ran all the way to a tributary of the Volga River and climbed up a tree with a whoosh. His thick body was as agile as King Kong. When the Dobermans caught up to him, he fired a few shots from the tree without hesitation and hit the Doberman's legs. Once the legs of the police dogs that were used to track were broken, they were basically useless. Hearing the gunshots, the gangster gunmen who were chasing the dogs didn't dare to come over. They knew that the mission this time was to be carried out by two people from the Huaxia Empire, not the two KGB agents from their own country. Although they weren't afraid of the KGB, once this organization retaliated, it would be too terrifying. Therefore, they didn't want to provoke them. The person running in front of them wasn't the two Huaxia Empire men, and he was so powerful. He ran faster than the dogs and could even shoot and break the legs of the police dogs. They guessed that he must be one of the two KGB agents. After the gunmen communicated with the walkie-talkie, they left behind a few dogs with broken legs and left in a hurry to carry out Plan C. The middle-aged driver squatted in the tree for a while and didn't dare to move. He was worried that those people were hiding in the dark and preparing to snipe him. It wasn't until he looked down and saw his boss's hairy, bearded face under the tree that he beamed and cheered. "Boss, it's great that you're here." It was the first time Vladimir heard his stupid subordinate cheer sincerely. He was delighted, but in the next second, thump, the middle-aged driver jumped down from the tree and smashed into Vladimir. Vladimir's vision went black, and he fell backward. He was almost knocked out by the middle-aged driver. She heard the intermittent barking of the dogs at the gas station across the street. One moment it was west, the next moment it was east, and the next moment it was coming towards them from the north. Gunyenji was a little uneasy. Hua Xiaoheng shushed her and told her to calm down. Gunyenji nodded and quietly hid behind the haystack in the birch forest without moving. She clung tightly to her and Hua Xiaoheng's two suitcases as if she was holding on to two life-saving straws. Hua Xiaoheng maintained his vigilant posture and looked around. Finally, he reached out to Gunyenji. "Follow me up the tree. It should be safer in the tree than on the ground." Gunyenji looked up at the tall birch trees in the birch forest and suddenly remembered the time she had fled alone in the Alps. She had been so scared by a bear that she had climbed up the tree and stayed at the top of the tree for the whole night. At the same time, she also thought of the little black bear that seemed to have become a spirit. She wondered how it was doing now. Gunyenji relaxed and held Hua Xiaoheng's hand with a smile. They climbed up the tree with the gun. The view from the tree was wider, so they could prepare for battle in advance. Xiaoheng didn't have binoculars, but the far-infrared night vision scope could be used as a telescope for the time being. In the dark night sky, he could see the Dobermans jumping around the gas station. Several times, they almost crossed the road and ran over to them. However, there was always a sound coming from the convenience store across the street. First, someone threw stones, then someone ran out and ran east. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly stunned when he saw the burly figure in the cross-shaped field of view of the scope. Was that Ivan? That driver? Wasn't he hiding well? Why'd he suddenly run? What's wrong? Gu Nianji quickly asked when she saw Hua Xiaoheng's dazed expression. Hua Xiaoheng showed her the scope. Look for yourself. Gu Nianji squinted and looked out through the scope. In the cross-shaped field of view, a running back appeared. It was broad, thick, and as sturdy as a bear. It's the driver? Gu Nianji was shocked and looked up at Hua Xiaoheng. Why is he running? Is he naturally afraid of dogs? Hua Xiaoheng, even if he's naturally afraid of dogs, the KGB will turn him around. Hua Xiaoheng patted Gu Nianji's head gently. Think again. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and said tentatively, could it be that he's trying to lure those police dogs away? After saying that, she immediately felt that it was reliable and nodded vigorously. That's right, that's right. I think that's the case. Oh my, the driver is so nice. He helped us out of trouble. We have to give him a red packet immediately. Gu Nianji turned on her phone and found that she could still surf the internet. She immediately opened QQ and pulled Vladimir and the driver into a discussion group. She named it the KGB Trio and sent the driver a designated red packet. Hua Xiaoheng. It seemed that he had really underestimated the friendship built on red packets. They waited in the tree for a while and realized that the gunmen and police dogs were gone forever. However, Hua Xiaoheng didn't dare to be careless. He jumped down from the tree and used the grass on the haystack to hide the two suitcases before climbing up the tree again. Gu Nianji held a pistol and stood guard for him from the tree. When she saw him climb up, she snuggled into his arms with the gun. Hua Xiaoheng put the pistol back into the holster for her and hung it on her arm. He lowered his head and kissed her. I'm sorry to trouble you tonight. I'm afraid we'll have to spend the night in the tree. What's wrong with being with you? Gu Nianji hugged his neck and said with a smile, when I was in the Alps, I was chased up a tree by a bear and stayed in the tree for the whole night. Not only the tree, but also the grass by the river, the cave on the mountain, and where haven't I slept in the wilderness? I was the only one. Gu Nianji's accident in the Alps was the most uncomfortable memory of Hua Xiaoheng's life. He hugged her tightly. It's all in the past. I'll never leave you alone again. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1254, I'll Never Leave You Alone Again. The second update was at 1 p.m., and the third update was at 8 p.m. Chapter 1265. Gu Nianji was originally in a good mood, but after hearing Hua Xiaoheng's words, she was in an even better mood. But as she smiled, her nose suddenly started to sting, and tears welled up in her heart. No, she couldn't cry. She had cried too many times in front of Hua Xiaoheng. She couldn't cry this time. Under the moonlight, she raised her head and smiled. Although she tried her best to hold it in, her nose was slightly moving up and down. Her eyes were gradually turning red, and the corners of her eyes and eyebrows were seeping with rouge. Hua Xiaoheng stared at her and said calmly, Why should I hold it in? In front of me, you can cry and laugh if you want. This sentence was like an order. Gu Nianji's tears flowed down her fair cheeks. Sparkling tears hung on her fair cheeks, brighter than the moonlight. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He just pressed her head into his arms and enveloped her. His embrace was warm and strong, with an irresistible tenderness. Although they were on a tree and the sky was on the ground, at this moment, he held up the entire sky for her. Gu Nianji felt that she loved him even more than before she went to the Alps. At that time, love was an intuition, a kind of lonely courage to conquer a male god. Now, love had settled in the depths of her heart. Even if she had sailed thousands of times and her heart had gone through thousands of twists and turns, looking back, the only person she wanted to accompany for the rest of her life was him. Leaning in his arms, She couldn't feel the cold Siberian wind at all. Gun Yinji was quiet for a while, and gradually became sleepy. Her head nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her with interest and lowered his head to kiss her lips. It was warm and a little sweet. "Are you going to sleep?" Gun Yinji grunted and couldn't even open her eyes. Hua Xiaoheng took off the Burberry wool-lined long coat she was wearing, opened his coat, and wrapped Gun Yinji's entire body in it. Gun Yinji's wool-lined long coat covered the two of them like a blanket. After a long night, the first rays of dawn appeared. Gun Yinji's long eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Hua Xiaoheng's body was emitting steam. The aura of a mature man was like a mountain that could block the wind, frost, rain, and snow. She looked at herself. She was only wearing a woolen cardigan and thin woolen trousers. However, she was tightly held in Hua Xiaoheng's arms, and the two of them were wrapped in his coat. In addition to the coat, there was also Gun Yinji's wool-lined Burberry military uniform long coat. No wonder it was so warm last night. She almost sweated. Gun Yinji blew gently on Hua Xiaoheng's chin and smiled mischievously. Hua Xiaoheng woke up when Gun Yinji moved. However, he was too lazy to open his eyes and continued to rest. It wasn't until Gun Yinji began to mess around in his arms that he was afraid of making him angry. He closed his eyes and lowered his head. Following her breath, he leaned over and bit her smooth and delicate earlobe. He murmured, "Morning." Gun Yinji, he felt a piercing itch on his ear. She shrunk her neck and said with a smile, "What? Hungry? Eating my earlobes for breakfast?" "Can I?" "Sure, but you have to ask for its permission." Gun Yinji tilted her head and said with a smile, "You can ask my earlobe. If it agrees, I lose." Hua Xiaoheng, he leaned on Gun Yinji's shoulder and took a deep breath. His hot breath made Gun Yinji's entire body tremble. Between the narrow branches, she smiled and dodged. She actually didn't fall from the tree, because her waist was firmly held by Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng felt that he could wrap one hand around her slender waist. It was so slender, yet so flexible. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but think of the charm of folding in half. Gun Yinji sensed that something was wrong and didn't dare to move anymore. She obediently snuggled up in his arms and said random things to divert Hua Xiaoheng's attention. "Major General Hua, how far are we from Tunguska? Can you find someone to pick us up?" Hua Xiaoheng suppressed the wild thoughts in his heart and said calmly, "It's not far. If we drive, we'll definitely be there in another 5 to 6 hours. Gun Yinji, we still have to drive for another 5 to 6 hours. You say it's not far." Gun Yinji glared at him and pointed her finger at Hua Xiaoheng's hard chest. "Can your concept of time and distance be more civilian?" Hua Xiaoheng grabbed her hand. "What do you want for breakfast?" Gun Yinji, he made it sound like he could eat whatever he wanted. Gun Yinji rolled her eyes. "I want to eat century egg and lean meat porridge, soup dumplings, soy milk, fried dough sticks." Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her and put her coat on her. He straightened his clothes and said, "Don't think about it. We'll talk about it when we get down." Gun Yinji stretched lazily. "Then why did you ask?" The two of them jumped down from the tree, and Gun Yinji finally saw the birch forest clearly. It was indeed dense enough. Even if it was dawn, the forest would still look like evening. Only the morning light that seeped in through the gaps in the leaves added a touch of light to the dense forest. Will those criminals come again? Gun Yinji dragged the two suitcases and followed behind Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng held a gun in both hands. He held a small rifle in one hand and a long-handled pistol in the other as he led the way. "They should come again," Hua Xiaoheng said nonchalantly. "As long as these people don't work with the KGB, there's no need to worry. They won't." Gun Yinji shook her head with certainty. "Uncle Ivan and Vladimir won't make things difficult for us." Gun Yinji had strengthened her belief when she saw the driver's back through the scope yesterday. Hua Xiaoheng was also inclined to think that Vladimir and the driver weren't the masterminds behind the scenes. They had been caught in the crossfire. But who was the mastermind behind the scenes? It was an important question because it concerned the extent to which the Russian mafia would go. In essence, there was still a big difference between the Russian mafia and terrorist organizations. People from terrorist organizations were unreasonable. To them, there were only two paths. One was to join them, and the other was to die. But for the vast majority of ordinary people, these two paths were dead ends. The Russian mafia was different. Their goal was very clear, and that was to make money. As long as they didn't interfere with their fortune, they wouldn't do those crazy things. Similarly, as long as they could afford the money, they would be willing to get rid of their boss. So how much money did the mastermind behind the scenes pay to hire the most powerful mafia in Russia to do their dirty work for them? Many candidates instantly appeared in Hua Xiaoheng's mind, but he rejected them one by one, because these people either didn't have enough money or power. They didn't deserve the capital that the Russian mafia had invested in them. After analyzing for a long time, Hua Xiaoheng really didn't believe that anyone in this world could afford to buy his and Gun Yinji's heads. This was a huge sum of money. The price would be as high as the most secure aircraft carrier manufacturing plant or the new fighter jet research and development center. When they arrived at the edge of the birch forest, Hua Xiaoheng looked at the jeep that was still at the gas station. It was dawn, but the place was still very desolate. Perhaps it was too early, but there wasn't even a single car passing by. Hua Xiaoheng thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we go change the tires of that car?" Gun Yinji stuck her head out to take a look. Just as she was about to agree, she saw the middle-aged driver and Vladimir coming over. She and Hua Xiaoheng quickly stopped and hid behind a huge birch tree. At the gas station, the middle-aged driver opened the trunk and pulled out his toolbox, spare tires, and jack. He placed them on the ground. Vladimir crossed his arms and stood to the side, making sarcastic remarks. "We'll have a car coming soon. What's the use of changing tires? Who knows how many cars they drive? I've been driving this car for several years. Just like my wife, I can't bear to leave it here alone." The middle-aged driver smiled and said to Vladimir, "Call Sirius and ask them to come over." "Why should I call?" Vladimir glared at him, but still took out his phone. However, when he turned on the phone, he quietly opened WeChat and took a look at his WeChat moments. Last night, Gun Yinji had posted a status on her WeChat moments. "Remember here, heart emotion. JPG, Uncle Ivan's deep friendship can only be repaid with a red packet." Then there was a screenshot of the 888 red packet. Vladimir. He quickly opened the button and found that he had been pulled into a discussion group called KGB Trio. The moment he clicked in, he saw the exclusive red packet of 888. 88 yuan. Vladimir instantly felt like he had been dealt a critical blow. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1255 dealt a critical blow of 10,000 points. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi. Chapter 1266. After staring blankly at the discussion group for a while, Vladimir secretly spat and sent a text message to Gun Yinji's phone expressionlessly. Gun Yinji felt her phone vibrate, so she immediately took it out to take a look. "Vladimir, I'm repairing the car. You guys come over. Smile." JPG. His tone was rather cold, and his smile revealed a subtle hint of MMP. Gun Yinji, she showed her phone to Hua Xiaoheng and whispered, "Do you want to go over?" Hua Xiaoheng thought about it. "Let's go." Those gang members still didn't seem to dare to go against the KGB. It should be easier to follow these two. Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng walked out of the birch forest and walked towards the gas station. "Serious? You're fine. That's great." The middle-aged driver squatted on the ground to change the tire. He looked up and saw them walking over and immediately laughed. Vladimir kicked him impatiently and growled, "Change your tire? Are you trying to lure the enemy over again by shouting so loudly?" The middle-aged driver quickly lowered his voice and gave Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng a big smile. He then lowered his head and quickly changed the tire. Gun Yinji walked over gratefully and said, "Uncle Ivan, thank you so much yesterday. Did you see the exclusive red packet I sent you?" "There's a red packet, and it's exclusive." The middle-aged driver was surprised and delighted. "Wait until I change the tire. We can't stay here for long." Gun Yinji nodded. Don't worry. Is there anything I can help you with? She half squatted beside the middle-aged driver. No need. No need. Changing the tire is a piece of cake. The middle-aged driver turned around and saw that Hui Xiaoheng and Vladimir were standing far away. Their expressions were indifferent, and he didn't know what they were talking about. He lowered his voice and said to Gun Yinji, "Serious, we've already asked for reinforcement from headquarters. Vladimir's team should be here soon." Gun Yinji, Hui Xiaoheng, and Vladimir stood side by side and were exchanging information. Hui Xiaoheng said calmly, "Did you find out which gang it is? How can it be so fast?" Vladimir pursed his lips and played with his pistol in his hand. He dragged his voice and said in a bureaucratic tone, "This kind of thing can't be rushed." Hui Xiaoheng glanced at him. "So this is the efficiency of the KGB. It's really better to meet them in person than to hear about them." Vladimir knew that Hui Xiaoheng was deliberately provoking him, so he rolled his eyes. "There's nothing we can do. There are too many people in the bureau, so it's just like that." "Huh," Hui Xiaoheng chuckled. "Do you really think they wouldn't dare to do anything to you?" "Of course not. Do you have any misunderstandings about us Russian gangs? Is it for charity?" Vladimir turned his head and pointed at the middle-aged driver who was squatting on the ground to change a tire. He was almost crippled by a few dogs last night. Hui Xiaoheng nodded and said calmly, "We all saw it. Sirius is very grateful to him." Vladimir's heart skipped a beat, and the tip of his ears twitched involuntarily. Could this be the reason why Sirius sent Ivan a red packet? Thinking of this, he felt a little better. At least the two washout people in front of him weren't people who didn't know what was good for them. Not long after, the middle-aged driver changed the tire. They got in the car and set off again. Vladimir wasn't in a good mood, so he didn't say much. He kept playing with his phone in the front seat. The middle-aged driver was in a good mood. After exchanging a few words with Gun Yinji, he started singing loudly. The car was very noisy and lively. Vladimir waited for more than an hour and realized that his team hadn't arrived yet. He sent a message. "Where are you? So slow." The other side quickly replied, "Boss, there's a traffic jam." "Vladimir, there was a traffic jam in such a remote place. Are you F***ing kidding me? Where's the traffic jam? Have the black bears and tigers of Siberia all come out?" Vladimir scoffed. "No, boss, there was a car accident. A few big trucks are blocking the middle of the road. The police are dealing with it." Vladimir immediately understood, and his expression was extremely ugly. He dialed the number and said fiercely, "You have to fly over even if you have to. When has the KGB ever been afraid of the police?" After hanging up, Vladimir said expressionlessly, "Someone in the KGB leaked the information. Otherwise, someone would have come by now." The middle-aged driver's singing stopped abruptly. He turned his head to glance at Vladimir and comforted him sympathetically. "Boss, my condolences. This kind of thing is inevitable." Holy **T. How can anyone comfort someone like that? Vladimir glared at him fiercely. "What do you mean by inevitable? My people wouldn't do this. It must be someone else. A KGB operator? A secretary? Or maybe a cleaner. There won't be such a person in my team." Hui Xiaoheng understood Vladimir's current state of mind. They were all friends who had risked their lives to build a relationship. How could he accept a traitor among his own people? But what the middle-aged driver said made sense. Infiltration and reverse infiltration were common in their line of work. Hui Xiaoheng leaned forward and patted Vladimir on the shoulder. He said in Russian, "Don't be anxious. Now, think carefully about which gang has such great power. To use the people in the KGB, they would have to pay a huge price. For the gangs, the spies hidden in the government were their most precious assets. They wouldn't use this line unless they had no choice or if they didn't have great benefits. Once they used it, it meant that this line could no longer be used. Many spies were one-time consumable luxuries." Vladimir came back to his senses and nodded. He picked up his phone and was about to issue an order when he saw that there was a red packet message on his phone. He clicked on it without batting an eyelid and saw that Gun Yinji had also sent him an exclusive red packet, although it wasn't as much as 888. 88. It instantly soothed Vladimir's indescribable anxiety and uneasiness. This red packet is poisonous. Vladimir cursed in his heart. It was just like Pavlov's dog training principle. If he did well, he would give him a few dog bones. However, he and Ivan had actually fallen for it. It couldn't be any better. Vladimir perked up and dialed his team's number. "Where are you?" "Near the train station." "Okay, I'll give you 2 hours. If you don't have 2 hours, you'll be dismissed on the spot." Vladimir gave a firm order. They really didn't take him seriously. He also had an insider. Vladimir also sent a deeply encrypted message to the KGB's mole in the gang. Find out the client who is hunting down the Huashao Empire's senior officials as soon as possible. This was the third chapter of today, chapter 1256. This red packet is poisonous. This chapter wasn't very long. He was too busy to write more. He would try to make up for the big chapter tomorrow. Good night, my dears. Chapter 1267. One Vladimir wasn't entirely sure which gang had done it, but it was definitely related to Russia's largest gang, the Tomahawk Gang. Even if the Tomahawk Gang hadn't done it directly, they would have interfered. The reason was very simple. It was what Huashao had said. Other gangs probably didn't have that much power. Even if they encountered such a big deal by chance, they wouldn't be able to complete this task entirely on their own. They had to find help, and usually they would find Russia's largest gang, the Tomahawk Gang, to cooperate. The KGB had their own spies in all the major gangs in Russia. But this time, considering that the level involved should be relatively high, Vladimir found a spy who had been lurking in the Tomahawk Gang for many years. After the message was sent, Vladimir looked at his watch again. 15 minutes had passed, and he had given his team a deadline of 2 hours. In less than 2 hours, his team would be completely disbanded, because this proved that these people were either incompetent, hesitant, or in cahoots with the gangs. No matter which one it was, he wouldn't use these useless people again. Vladimir's team was a temporary team made up of network experts, snipers, observers, explosives, and mechanical experts. There was also a medical staff. It was a configuration that could be used on the battlefield. Mechanical experts were also experts at operating and repairing all kinds of machines, such as cars, airplanes, ships, and even tanks. Once they raced on the road, even the first-rate F1 racers were no match for them. At this moment, the 3 Hummer SUVs in front and behind their team were blocked on the road by 2 overturned 18-wheelers. There were also more than 10 police cars with flashing lights blocking the road. There was also a large crane trying to lift the overturned 18-wheelers up so that it could be driven away. The 3 people driving the KGB's team were all hidden mechanical experts. One of them had even used a fake identity to participate in the European F1 formula and won the world championship once. They propped their heads up and leaned against the open window, looking expressionlessly at the 2 roadblocks in front of them. "What should we do? The boss has given us a death order to catch up with him within 2 hours." The leader of the operation team, Peter, was a man in his 30s. He was not tall, nor did he look very sturdy. His eyes were always squinting as if he had not woken up yet. However, only his companions knew that the speed at which he drew his gun was shockingly fast. The fastest person to draw a gun on the entire blue planet, from drawing a gun, aiming, to shooting, it only took 0.21 seconds. However, their team leader could do it in 0.18 seconds, which was 0.3 seconds faster than the world record. It had already surpassed the limits of the human body. Of course, even though the KGB had unique skills, they wouldn't make it public. 2 hours shouldn't be a problem. Their deputy leader, Lena, was a woman. She looked to be between 25 and 35 years old. It was hard to tell how old she was. She looked ordinary, with a sallow complexion, high cheekbones, short hair, and a pair of large black-rimmed glasses. His hair and eyes were black, and he looked like a typical yellow Tatar. The young woman who could be the deputy team leader of the KGB's operation team was undoubtedly capable. Vladimir had specially selected her to participate in this operation. Other than her, The other members of the action team were all men. No problem. The road ahead is blocked. We have to take a long detour. Even if we race at the speed of an F1 car, we won't be able to get there in 2 hours. A middle-aged man in his 40s muttered unhappily. He was extremely dissatisfied with Lena, a woman, being the deputy team leader of the operation team, and she was so much younger than him. What do you think? Peter, the team leader, looked at Lena. You've always had more ideas. Lena didn't smile. She pushed her black-rimmed glasses up the bridge of her nose and said seriously, drive straight over. Everyone, she wasn't joking, right? There were 2 overturned 18-wheelers in front of them. However, on second thought, they had the best manipulator. It wasn't inferior to any of the top racers in Europe. And the most important thing about a racer, other than speed, was the ability to control his car. To put it simply, they could also do the moves that stunt drivers could do. The drivers of the 3 cars came to their senses, and their faces revealed excited expressions. Get in the car. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll disband on the spot. Most of the people got into the car with laughter, sat in their seats, and fastened their seatbelts. A few people stayed and slowly blended into the crowd. They all knew that this car accident was definitely not a coincidence. Someone was behind it. To play tricks in front of the KGB, it seemed that the person behind the scenes thought that they were great. When had the KGB ever suffered such a loss in their own country? Naturally, they had to return the favor. After everyone got into the car, Lena found the police officers who were on duty with a straight face. She showed them her ID and said expressionlessly, KGB, do as you see fit. Then, she turned around and got into the car, leaving the police officers behind and looking at each other. Some police officers secretly wanted to make a phone call, and some police officers shouted at them to not do anything illegal. However, most of the police officers just stood by and watched, pretending not to see the 3 modified Hummers that were already roaring. The team leader, Peter, walked to the front of the crane and climbed up the door like an ape. He raised his gun and chased the crane driver out of the crane, then sat in himself. While chewing gum, he controlled the huge ring of the crane and smashed it down on one of the overturned 18-wheelers. The ring was originally used to bear weight, and it weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Now that it had smashed into the thin iron sheet of the 18-wheeler, it immediately pressed the carriage into a slope. He smashed it a few more times to reinforce the slope. The people outside the car were dumbfounded. Even the 18-wheeler driver's mouth was wide open. Looking at this comical and frightening scene, no one dared to protest. They were completely stunned by Peter's smashing aura as if nothing had happened. After smashing the overturned 18-wheeler into a slope with the iron lump of the ring, the team leader, Peter, jumped down from the crane and quickly got into his modified car. He ordered, "Let's go." Tut, tut, tut. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The Hummer at the back suddenly accelerated. Like a gust of wind, it swept past everyone's eyes and rushed up the 18-wheeler slope. Using the inertia of the upward charge to reach its peak, it flew forward for a while before smashing into the ground with a bang. The vehicle was undamaged. It only made a slight jerk before continuing to accelerate. The 2 Hummers behind did the same. They quickly flipped over the 18-wheeler that was blocking the road and quickly rushed out. The person who caused the car accident panicked and quickly sent a message to someone. The target has left. The target has left. Before the message could finish, a few KGB agents had already come up from behind. They covered their mouths with one hand and strangled their necks with the other. They dragged the person who sent the message away from the crowd. Before the police officer who had called to inform them could put down the phone, a smiling KGB agent had already walked over and showed him his ID. "Do you want to leave by yourself? Or do you want us to take you away?" The police officer's expression changed. He turned around and was about to run. "You're in such a hurry to leave by yourself." The KGB agent shook his head and took a step forward. He knocked the police officer unconscious and took him away. Vladimir and the other's car had just entered the Central Siberian Highway. The surroundings were even more desolate. There was only a tall birch forest standing tall. Light green leaves covered the branches, and the grass was green as far as the eye could see. There were also large tracts of farms on both sides of the highway, but most of them were abandoned. A few farms were still being farmed. There were faint white clouds floating in the blue sky. The sun rose very high, but it wasn't hot. The temperature was moderate, and the breeze blew in through the hole in the car window. It was very comfortable and pleasant. If it weren't for the fact that she was worried that the other party would continue to pursue her, Gunyinji really felt that this journey could have been longer. She leaned lazily in Hua Xiaoheng's arms. She didn't do anything, didn't think about anything, and her mind was in a state of emptiness. It was as comfortable as when she had gone out to the wilderness with Hua Xiaoheng and the other members of the Special Operations Forces when she was young. Because at that time, to her, it was a spring outing, not a field training. Hua Xiaoheng's attention was highly focused as he observed his surroundings from time to time. The middle-aged driver didn't continue singing. Vladimir seemed to be playing a game. From time to time, he would hit his phone and curse. At that moment, the buzzing sound of propellers came from the sky. Hua Xiaoheng looked up and suddenly saw several small planes circling towards them. Why is there such a small plane here? Hua Xiaoheng asked in Russian. Vladimir looked up and said, "It's okay. Those are agricultural planes that spray pesticides. They can't fly high or far." This kind of agricultural plane was called tractor in English. Tractor, which literally translated to air tractor, showed how terrible its performance was. It could only fly at a speed of 150 miles per hour and a maximum of 8,000 feet. Other than spraying pesticides, it really didn't have any other use. There were so many farms on both sides of the road. Although it was already summer in the Huaxia Empire for the Siberian region, they had just entered spring. It was the season for everything to grow, so it was appropriate to spray pesticides at this time. Hua Xiaoheng took a look. Just to be safe, he turned on the small radar program on his phone. His phone had already activated the emergency device. With the help of the Nandan navigation satellite communication system that covered the entire blue planet, a small radar screen appeared on his phone. From this radar screen, he could see the situation in the air within a 10-mile radius. With one look, it was a little strange. If these planes were just air tractors that randomly sprayed pesticides, then what was the meaning of them flying in an orderly formation in the air? This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1257, I Think I'm Awesome. The second update was at 1 in the afternoon, and the third update was at 8 in the evening. P.S. Thank you to the leader Sing_Sing for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1268. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at the sky again. He didn't know if it was because he had seen the radar, but Hua Xiaoheng felt that there were more agricultural planes flying over. However, there were only 2 or 3 agricultural planes painted yellow and white flying in the sky as far as he could see. The rumbling of the engines was deafening. Hua Xiaoheng took another look and suddenly realized that the planes detected on the radar were already flying over. Just above their heads, a dozen yellow and white agricultural planes formed a V shape and swooped down with a roar. Hua Xiaoheng kicked the front seat and growled, "Speed up!" The middle-aged driver in front almost reflexively stepped on the accelerator to the end. The KGB's modified Jeep made a roar that was no less than the agricultural planes above their heads and immediately sped up on the road. Gunyinji was swayed so much that she almost fell off. Hua Xiaoheng held her waist and placed the submachine gun on the bullet hole in the window glass. He aimed at the agricultural plane that was swooping down in the sky and fired a burst of bullets. Bang, 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 bang. The sudden gunshots rang out in the wilderness, mixed with the roar of the agricultural plane's engine, and the murderous intent was immediately apparent. The agricultural plane that was diving at the front was instantly hit by the engine. With a loud bang, the agricultural plane spun in the air and then crashed into the farmland next to the road. Boom! A burst of black smoke rose, and the plane was instantly surrounded by fire. The pilot didn't even have time to climb out of the plane when the agricultural plane behind saw this. It immediately fired at the Jeep that was speeding on the road. After all, It was a fighter jet modified from an agricultural plane. It was very simple and primitive, and the machine gun it came with wasn't enough firepower. The sturdiness of the KGB's modified Jeep was demonstrated at this time. So many bullets hit the roof of the Jeep, but they only made a few dents. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An agricultural plane suddenly flew on the ground and almost brushed past the Jeep. The middle-aged driver was shocked and immediately stepped on the accelerator, pushing the Jeep's speed to a new level. Gun Yinji, who had never gotten carsick before, felt a little dizzy, but Hua Xiaoheng's posture while holding the gun was so manly and handsome that Gun Yinji couldn't take her eyes off him. She almost clapped and cheered for him. Vladimir, who was in the front row, also realized that these agricultural planes were not ordinary agricultural planes. He was so angry that his nose was crooked. F***CK. It was like a tiger being bullied like a dog when it was in trouble. Do you really think the KGB is just a decoration? Vladimir took out his small pistol and aimed at the agricultural planes in the sky. He aimed at the key parts and shot down 4 or 5 agricultural planes in an instant. Hua Xiaoheng knocked down even more. The fields on both sides of the road were littered with agricultural airplanes. Some immediately burst into flames and exploded, while others only emitted a burst of black smoke, and the pilot was able to climb out of it to save his life. But Vladimir was not to be trifled with. With a cold expression on his face, he used a small pistol to instantly kill the gang pilots who were lucky enough to survive. The remaining agricultural aircraft in the sky were scared out of their wits and hurriedly returned the way they came. Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief. He dragged his suitcase over from the trunk of the car, took out a magazine, and reloaded the submachine gun. Gun Yinji touched the shaft of his gun and said enviously, "Major General Hua, your marksmanship is so accurate." Hua Xiaoheng, with such a big target and such a close distance, was she praising him or mocking him? However, seeing how excited Gun Yinji's little face was, he didn't argue with her. He patted her head and reminded her, "Remember to hide later. Don't get hit by stray bullets." "Okay." Gun Yinji nodded vigorously. "Major General Hua, what can I help you with? You'll be doing me a great favor if you protect yourself." Gun Yinji blushed. "I can help too." As if to prove what she said, the agricultural plane flew over again after the rest. This time, there were new agricultural planes, and the equipment was obviously upgraded. The bullets fired from the agricultural plane were getting more and more powerful. Soon, the den on the roof was like a beehive, and many places were pierced through. Rays of light shone down from the roof, making the interior of the car mottled and beautiful, like an abstract painting by Picasso. Hua Xiaoheng and Vladimir, one on the left and one on the right, dealt with the agricultural planes coming from both sides of the Jeep. However, no one cared about the back of the Jeep. The agricultural planes seemed to have sensed that there was no one covering the back of the Jeep. One of them immediately swooped down and shot at the back of the Jeep. At that moment, there were also agricultural planes shooting at them from the left and right of the Jeep. Hua Xiaoheng only had time to press Gun Yinji's head down. In a moment of desperation, Gun Yinji took out a small makeup mirror from her small bag and shone it at the agricultural plane that was chasing after the Jeep. She kept changing the angle and finally found the right angle. She aimed a strong beam of light at the agricultural plane and shot it. The pilot on the plane was suddenly shaken by a shockingly bright beam of light and instinctively closed his eyes. The plane lost control in that instant and crashed into the Jeep in front of it. The middle-aged driver tried his best to grip the steering wheel and stabilize the Jeep that kept leaning forward. At the same time, he stepped on the accelerator and accelerated again to avoid losing control after being hit by the plane. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but praise, "Your car has been modified well. It has the demeanor of an armored car." There is only one word to describe it: stable. Vladimir rolled his eyes. "You've only noticed now? This car was originally the chassis of an armored car." Gun Yinji, after the agricultural plane behind them lost control and landed, It had already flipped into the field by the side of the road. If another plane wanted to shoot from behind the Jeep, Gunyinji's great mirror spell would come into play. She, Hua Xiaoheng, Vladimir, and the middle-aged driver worked well together. The Jeep snaked forward on the road, but there were still many dents left by the agricultural plane. Although no bullets shot in, the ceiling that was like a beehive still made Gunyinji speechless. She really couldn't stay in a car like this at night. It had already been shot like a sieve. Gunyinji was really worried that the enemy wouldn't even need to use more bullets. If they drove a few more steps, the car would fall apart on its own. Her thoughts ran wild, and she was about to ask the people in the car if the car was sturdy enough when she suddenly smelled a slightly fishy and sweet smell. Her nose immediately itched, as if she had been stimulated, and she began to sneeze one after another. Those who were prone to pollen allergies in spring understood her symptoms the best. The air has changed. Are there many flowers here? Gunyinji asked sullenly. Achoo! In the blink of an eye, she had sneezed more than a dozen times. Hua Xiaoheng took out a pack of wet tissues and handed them to Gunyinji. Wipe your face. Gunyinji rubbed her nose and said vaguely, It's so uncomfortable. Don't you guys smell a fishy and sweet smell? Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. Gunyinji had never been allergic to pollen, but her current symptoms were obviously stimulated by some kind of smell. What could emit a fishy and sweet smell? However, he didn't smell anything. Vladimir and the middle-aged driver in the front seat didn't smell anything either. Gunyinji frowned. You really didn't smell it? Vladimir was about to mock Gunyinji for being delicate when the fishy and sweet smell gradually drifted over. His expression suddenly changed. He immediately covered his nose and said angrily, They're actually using biological weapons. Gunyinji, biological weapons? They're using agricultural planes to release biological weapons? Well, Xiaoheng calmly explained, Vladimir probably means that they're spraying pesticides. Some pesticides were highly toxic to begin with, so they were usually diluted and sprayed. If the pesticides sprayed by planes weren't diluted, even breathing the air would be toxic. This was the second watch of the day. Chapter 1258, Do They Really Think I'm a Decoration? It was 8 p.m., the third watch. Moi. Chapter 1269. As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, he leaned over from behind the seat and took out his suitcase. He took out a box of N95 masks, tore open the packaging, and put on Gunyinji. Without another word, Gunyinji took out another mask and put on Hua Xiaoheng. She then took out two more and handed them to Vladimir and the driver in the front seat. She smiled and said, This is a special mask from the Huaxia Empire. It's a must-have for murder and robbery. Vladimir, the driver, happily took it and put it on. He even turned around and smiled at Gunyinji. Thank you. Why are you carrying masks with you? Vladimir asked suspiciously. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. Sirius is allergic to pollen. This is for her. Of course not. Gunyinji thought to herself, when did she become allergic to pollen? However, since Hua Xiaoheng made it sound like it was real, she wouldn't expose him because she believed that Hua Xiaoheng must have a reason. Gunyinji sneezed at the right time and said vaguely, What a coincidence. Foreigners were allergic to pollen, so the two KGB officers believed this reason. However, this mask wasn't specially designed to protect against highly toxic pesticides in the air, so it could only withstand it for a while. However, highly toxic pesticides sprayed in the air without dilution could also be toxic if they stuck to the skin. Their Jeep was riddled with holes from the farm planes. It was full of holes. Although the holes weren't big and bullets couldn't shoot in, air could still seep in. How despicable! How vicious! Gunyinji clenched her fists. Is there no way to deal with them? If the other party was only shooting, they could just shoot down the agricultural plane. However, the other party was spraying highly toxic pesticides. If the plane was shot down, this land would definitely be destroyed. Of course there's a way, Vladimir said fiercely. Do you really think we don't have a way to deal with such despicable people? He picked up his phone and sent a message to his team. The agricultural plane is spraying highly toxic pesticides. Did you bring the RPG-7 rocket launcher? This was a relatively large weapon. The KGB usually didn't bring heavy firepower weapons on missions. But this time, the situation was special. The leader of the operation team, Peter, who received the message, silently replied, "Yes, we'll be there soon." The three of them drove faster and faster, raising their speed to the highest level. They were almost flying on the road. Not long after, they could vaguely see the yellow and white agricultural aircraft in the sky. RPG-7, get ready. The leader of the operation team, Peter, narrowed his eyes as if he was still asleep and calmly gave the order. The roofs of the three modified Hummers suddenly opened, and members of the operation team, who were fully armed, wearing gas masks and bulletproof helmets, and wearing bulletproof vests, carried a batch of Russia's most sophisticated RPG-7 rocket launchers and stood out from the open sunroof of the car. Fox 1, target 3 o'clock, vertical altitude 700 feet, straight line distance 1,100 feet, fire. The rocket launcher stood up from the sunroof of the first car and aimed at the lowest agricultural plane in front of them. Their RPG-7 shoulder-mounted rocket launchers could be equipped with a variety of warheads, but against the agricultural aircraft spraying highly toxic pesticides in the sky, they chose a high-explosive incendiary bomb boosted by a small rocket. This kind of incendiary bomb had a rapid firepower and burned well, leaving no pesticide residue to pollute the land. Fox 1, ready, clear, shoot. The person carrying the RPG-7 rocket launcher on the shoulder of the first car was actually Lena, the only woman in their operation team. Although she looked thin, she was really strong. She could even operate this kind of shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. With a loud bang, the pitch-black RPG-7 rocket launcher on her shoulder spewed out a powerful flame. The first-stage ammunition tube quickly exploded, and the high-explosive incendiary bomb rushed out of the launch tube like an arrow leaving the bow, heading straight for the target. Immediately after, the second-stage solid rocket ignited, and the high-explosive incendiary bomb instantly reached a maximum flying speed of 300 meters per second. This kind of launch method would not produce any recoil at all, nor would it withstand the chamber pressure of conventional artillery that often exploded, so it was very light and thin and could be carried and operated by a single soldier. However, the gunpowder gas ejected from the tail of the rocket launcher was very dangerous, and the RPG could not be used in a confined space. Therefore, they needed to open the sunroof and stand up from the car to launch. This was also a very dangerous behavior in a ground-to-air air battle, because the rocket launcher, who stood up like this, was equivalent to a moving target. It was quite brave of Lena to be the first to stand up. Her arm was very stable, and the accuracy of the launch was also one of the best. Soon, the first high-explosive incendiary bomb whistled and hit the agricultural plane that was flying the lowest and the furthest in front. There was an earth-shattering boom. The plane was instantly surrounded by a huge fireball. Highly toxic pesticides were flammable and explosive to begin with. Coupled with the power of the high-explosive incendiary bomb, in less than a minute, the plane screamed and fell into a field not far away. The fireball was still burning. This kind of visual impact was too huge. The pilots flying the agricultural planes were all scared out of their wits, and their hands couldn't even hold the joystick in front of them. But if they wanted to return, the KGB operation team that was chasing after them wouldn't let them go. In the three modified Hummers that arrived from behind, the rocket launcher was calm. Almost every incendiary bomb hit an agricultural plane that was spraying pesticides. The Jeep driven by the middle-aged driver in front also sped up desperately and quickly left the area where the highly toxic pesticides were being sprayed. Gunyinji turned around and looked at the awe-inspiring rocket launcher in the modified Hummer at the front. She was extremely envious and smiled. "He's so handsome." Hua Xiaolong. Vladimir's face was proud. "This is my subordinate. Lena is only 29 years old, and she has the rank of major. I promoted her personally, and she's a woman." Gunyinji was even more surprised. She clapped her hands and said, "Oh my, this young lady is so amazing. I must ask her for an autograph later." The combat effectiveness of the KGB operation team members was not inferior to that of the Russian regular army. And no matter how brave the gang members were, they were no match for the regular army. In front of the KGB operation team, with explosive combat effectiveness, they were almost crushed to pieces. None of the more than 20 agricultural planes were spared. They were all shot down by the high-explosive incendiary bombs. There were more than 10 fireballs burning in the field, and the scene was spectacular. Gunyinji hadn't seen enough. Several people in white protective suits jumped out of the 3 modified Hummers and took fire extinguishers to the field to put out the fire. The highly toxic pesticides had been burned clean, but the fires were not extinguished immediately. If the wind was right, they might cause a forest fire if they continued to burn in the field. Fortunately, the KGB operation team had brought all the necessary equipment. Since they had brought high-explosive incendiary bombs, of course they had to bring matching fire-extinguishing devices. They were responsible for killing, burning, burying, and extinguishing the fire. It was a one-stop after-sales service. Vladimir's Jeep stopped not far away, and the smell of highly toxic pesticides was no longer in the air. A gust of wind blew, bringing with it the smell of burning. Gunyinji jumped out of the car. She was still wearing a mask, but her large, dark eyes seemed to be shining. She watched the people in the Hummer behind her walk toward them step by step. Vladimir stood beside her and said proudly, "Serious, isn't she amazing?" Hua Xiaoheng also got out of the car. With his hands behind his back, he stood calmly beside Gunyinji. His gaze was deep and distant. His gaze swept past Lena's face and landed on Peter, who was diagonally behind her. Peter still looked like he hadn't woken up yet. He followed Lena to Vladimir, then suddenly raised his right hand and saluted. "Mr. Vladimir, Action Team 1 reporting for duty. It took 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 49 seconds. This was the 3rd update of the day. Chapter 1259, The Tiger's Rage. Good night, my dears." Chapter 1270. Vladimir laughed heartily and patted Peter on the shoulder. Good, good, good. As expected of our first operation team, you didn't embarrass me." Moreover, this time, he had helped him gain face in front of Hua Xiaoheng, which was even more significant. Peter still looked sleepy. His eyelids drooped, and he said calmly, "This time, it's all thanks to Major Lena. She reminded us to carry RPG launchers and incendiary bombs, and when we were besieged, she boldly suggested leaping over the 18-wheeler truck." Vladimir was overjoyed when he heard this. He said to Lena in Russian with an extremely pleasant expression, "Major Lena, you've made a great contribution this time. You'll be promoted to Lieutenant Colonel when you get back." "Thank you, Lieutenant General Vladimir," Lena said calmly. She stood at attention and saluted. Her face was expressionless, and she had the demeanor of a general who wasn't happy about material gains or sad about personal losses. Although this woman wasn't good-looking, she really had a good voice. Gunyinji, who was attracted to sound, couldn't help liking this calm and composed lady even more. Moreover, she looked very similar to the Huaxia Empire people, so her sense of familiarity with her increased exponentially. Gunyinji didn't understand Russian, but from the way Vladimir and the 2 KGB members in front of her responded, she knew that they were reporting on their work. They had probably done a good job and had received Vladimir's strong praise. Gunyinji quietly took a step back and moved to the driver's side. She asked in a low voice, "Uncle Ivan, what are they talking about?" The middle-aged driver also whispered in English. Gunyinji was elated when she heard this. She couldn't help nodding and saying, "So it's all because of this lady. She's so amazing." It was rare for Gunyinji to be completely convinced by someone else. Other than Hua Xiaoheng, this was probably the second person she was completely convinced of. As a woman, it wasn't easy to make a name for herself in an organization like the KGB with her own abilities. Gunyinji excitedly cheered for the lady. Vladimir looked at Hua Xiaoheng proudly. "How is it? Major General Hua, do you still like our people? Everyone said that the Huaxiao Empire's Special Operations Forces was very powerful. In the past few years, their international reputation had risen, and they were almost overshadowed by the old KGB. Although they weren't in a direct competition, everyone in this line of work wanted to be number one. No one was willing to submit to the other, and no one was willing to be number two. But there could only be one first. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said politely, "Of course, if the famous KGB couldn't even deal with a few gang members, people would laugh their heads off if word got out." Vladimir was happy at first, but the more he thought about it, the more unhappy he became. Was she praising him or insulting him? He didn't even treat his subordinates in such a pleasant manner. He put away his smile and said with a straight face, "All right, get in the car." He then asked, "Has the follow-up work been assigned?" "It's in progress," Peter said cautiously and remained silent in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Lena, on the other hand, had a poker face from beginning to end. The expression on her face seemed to be stuck with 502 glue, and she didn't even need to smile. Vladimir looked at her, then at Gun Yinji, who was whispering to the driver and smiling happily. He turned around and said, "Major Lena, the Huaxia Empire woman over there is called Sirius. She's our distinguished guest. From today onwards, you'll be in charge of her security. I want you to stay close to her and ensure her safety." "Yes, Lieutenant General Vladimir." Lena stood at attention again and accepted the mission. She walked to Gun Yinji's side with a wooden face and stood there like a bodyguard. Gun Yinji was so excited that she didn't know where to put her hands when she saw the lady she admired walk to her side. She couldn't help wiping her hands on her clothes before reaching out to Lena. She greeted her warmly in English. "Hello, I'm Sirius. Nice to meet you. I admire you so much. You looked so cool when you carried the rocket launcher on your shoulder. Can I ask for your autograph?" Lena lowered her eyes as if she thought she was being too noisy, but she didn't say anything. She didn't shake hands with her and only said something in Russian. Gun Yinji looked at the driver next to her for help. "What do the ladies say?" The driver smiled and punched Lena. "Lena, don't you speak English? You have a standard Oxford accent. Our Sirius also has an Oxford accent." Lena glanced at Gun Yinji and replied in English, "I can sign, but you don't have to thank me. I'm a woman, so I'm not handsome. Thank you." It was indeed a standard Oxford accent, and her words were concise and to the point. Although her attitude was a little cold, it wasn't cold. Instead, there was an inherent calmness and composure. Gun Yinji felt that even if she lived for another 100 years, she wouldn't have such a calm aura. No wonder she had become the backbone of the KGB at the age of 29. The only person who was more impressive than her was Major General Hua, right? Gun Yinji felt even more proud of Hua Xiaoheng. She smiled and said, "Miss Lena speaks really good English. I'll go find my Polaroid later. Let's take a photo, and then you can sign the back of the photo for me. Okay?" The driver asked curiously, "You still use Polaroid now? What's wrong? Can't I?" Gun Yinji picked up her phone. Phones also have their shortcomings, so I need Polaroid to make up for them. In fact, Polaroid was something that Hua Xiaoheng had brought along, so it definitely wasn't used to print disposable photos. However, it also had this function, so Gun Yinji borrowed it. The driver watched as Gun Yinji went to the car to take out the Polaroid. He quickly stood over and took the initiative to say, "Sirius, take a photo for me. I'll sign it for you." He even made a gesture of writing with his hand. Gun Yinji had taken a few photos with the driver and Vladimir in Red Square, but those photos were all on her phone and couldn't be printed out for the time being. Seeing that the driver had taken the initiative to ask, she quickly nodded with a smile. "I couldn't ask for more, Uncle Ivan. Come, let's take a photo together." She stuffed the Polaroid into Hua Xiaoheng's arms. "Major General Hua, take a few photos for us." Hua Xiaoheng quietly picked up the Polaroid and aimed it at Gun Yinji and the driver. With a click, he took a picture of the two of them smiling. Gun Yinji had a small face, fair skin, long eyebrows, big eyes, a straight nose, and naturally defined lips. It was as if they had been painted, and they were especially photogenic. The driver stood next to her. holding up a V sign and smiling charmingly. Then Gunyinji walked to Lena's side and looked at her enviously. She was almost 175 meters tall, 5 centimeters taller than herself. "Miss Lena, shall we take a photo together?" Gunyinji asked enthusiastically. Lena nodded. "Just call me Lena." Hearing the words Miss Lena gave her goosebumps. Gunyinji nodded embarrassedly. "Okay, Lena." She carefully stood beside Lena and secretly made a V sign. She smiled with satisfaction and pride. Hua Xiaoying also took a few photos of her and Lena and quickly printed them out with the Polaroid. Gunyinji picked the best photo of her and Lena and signed it with both hands. She smiled almost obsequiously. "Lena, I have a pen here." Lena looked at the photo carefully for a while. This little girl was really too beautiful. Just looking at the photo made people breathless. She looked even better in person than in the photo. "You're so beautiful," Lena said in a flat voice. There was no exaggeration in her tone, but her praise was very sincere. It was obvious that she was sincere and not just being polite. Gunyinji blushed from the compliment and murmured a few times. She watched Lena sign each stroke before putting the photo into her little bag, as if it was a treasure. The driver had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Lena's sign, he quickly reached out and said, "It's my turn." Gunyinji smiled and handed the pen to the driver. When the driver signed, his eyebrows flew up and down, and he looked especially proud. After signing, Gunyinji put the driver's signed photo into her small bag and waved her hand. "Everyone, get in the car." Hua Xiaohong. Vladimir's face was drawn to a long line. He called out to Lena, "You sit with Sirius." Lena had wanted to go back to her Hummer to modify. However, Vladimir had asked her to follow this little girl from Huaxia, so she obeyed his orders. This time, there were 5 people in their Jeep. The driver and Vladimir were still sitting in the front row. Gunyinji, Hua Xiaoheng, and Lena sat in the back row. In order to show their closeness, Gunyinji sat in the middle and leaned against Lena. She kept looking at her and asking questions, especially about her use of the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. She asked all kinds of questions, big and small. She was practically rubbing her hands together and couldn't wait to go and have one herself. Vladimir said with a sullen expression, "Serious, have you never played with an RPG rocket launcher with Major General Hua?" F*CK. What did he mean by RPG rocket launcher? Wasn't that a toy? Gunyinji rolled her eyes 180 times in her heart. It was only in order to maintain her image in front of the girl she admired that she didn't show it. "Vladimir, you seem to have a misunderstanding about our country." Gunyinji smiled and corrected his misconception. "I'm not a soldier, so why would I touch a rocket launcher?" Even if he was a soldier, there were still different branches of the military. "Okay, really? You're not a soldier?" Lena suddenly asked. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her, then looked away as if nothing had happened. He said to Gunyinji, "Are you hungry? There's cake in the suitcase." Gunyinji wanted to say, "I'm not hungry," but in fact, she hadn't eaten anything since yesterday evening until almost noon today. Gunyinji rubbed her stomach and nodded resignedly. "I'm hungry, I want to eat." Hua Xiaoheng dragged out the suitcase and took out the cake from a small food box. Gunyinji was about to eat it when she remembered that she couldn't eat it alone. She quickly used the small knife in the food box to cut the cake into 5 small pieces and wrap them in a napkin. She gave 1 piece to the driver and Vladimir in front of her, and 1 piece to Lena. Lena glanced at Gunyinji and shook her head. "I don't like sweets." Gunyinji raised an eyebrow. "Okay, then I won't stand on ceremony." Hua Xiaoheng didn't like sweets either. However, Gunyinji still asked him out of courtesy, "Major General Hua, do you want some?" She asked as she stuffed the small cake into her mouth. Soon, 2 of the 3 small pieces of cake in her hand had entered her stomach. There was only 1 piece left. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly said, "Yes." Then he leaned over and ate the small cake in Gunyinji's hand in 1 bite. He bit deeply, and the tip of his tongue brushed past Gunyinji's finger. It was numb. Gunyinji's face flushed red. She quickly pulled her finger out of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth and wiped it on the napkin, thinking that she hadn't left a trace. In fact, the other 3 people in the jeep had seen it. Even when everyone was hungry, they still didn't forget to show off their affection. Major General Hua, that's really enough? This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1260. Major General Hua, that's really enough? The second update was around 1 in the afternoon, and the third update was around 8 in the evening. P.S. I'm sorry, everyone. The update time is getting later and later. After my promotion, I'm familiarizing myself with my new job responsibilities. I've been crazy busy recently. Why get familiar with it? I won't be so busy anymore. The author's words include a small theater as compensation for everyone waiting for the update. Moi. Chapter 1271. Gunyinji wiped her fingers with a wet tissue. Her face was as red as rouge. She stealthily glanced at Lin Na beside her and found that Lin Na's expression was still calm. She still had that coffin-like face, so calm that it was somewhat depressing. Gunyinji relaxed slightly. She was actually a very thin-skinned person, and He Xiaoheng wasn't someone who liked to show off their love in public. Gunyinji didn't understand why He Xiaoheng would suddenly do something like that. She glanced at He Xiaoheng from the corner of her eye, her beautiful big eyes conveying the questions in her heart as if they could speak. However, He Xiaoheng was calmer than Lina. After all, Lina's calmness was a form of restraint, but He Xiaoheng's composure had already seeped into his bones and became a part of his personality. Gunyinji didn't want to dwell on this issue any longer. After all, this was someone else's territory. Even if she had a little temper, she had to restrain it. Gunyinji sat up straight and wanted to talk to Lina next to her. At this moment, Lina's phone vibrated. She took out her phone and swiped it open to take a look. A surprised expression suddenly appeared on her face. Gunyinji thought she was used to Lina's expressionless face, so when she saw Lina's surprised expression, she was even more surprised than Lina. Raising one of her eyebrows, Gunyinji subconsciously asked, "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" Lina quickly regained her composure and said to Vladimir, who was in front of her, "Boss, headquarters has found the client of this gang operation." Vladimir jerked his head back. "What did you say? You found it so quickly?" Lina said calmly, "Well, it's not particularly difficult to investigate. If he couldn't get the answer directly, he could check the accounts of the gang. Unless the client pays in cash, the bank will be able to identify their client." After a pause, Lina said, "We were lucky this time. The other party didn't use cash for the transaction. They used bank transfer." "Where did the money come from?" Vladimir held his breath and listened attentively, afraid that he would miss a word. They were talking in Russian. However, Gunyinji was the only one in the jeep who didn't understand Russian. The other 4 people in the car not only spoke Russian, but were also proficient in it. He Xiaoheng also pricked up his ears to listen to Vladimir and Lina's conversation. They must be doing He Xiaoheng a favor by talking directly in front of him. After all, this person had attempted to kill He Xiaoheng and Gunyinji. He Xiaoheng was also very curious about the client behind the scenes. Lina raised her phone and showed it to Vladimir. "This is other evidence from our people. In other words, in addition to indirect evidence, we also have direct evidence." Vladimir took the phone and glanced at it. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He pointed at Lina's phone and stammered, "Such a large sum of money." "It was enough to buy a large plane. Are you worth that much?" Vladimir said sourly. He glanced at He Xiaoheng and muttered, "It's even higher than my head count." He Xiaoheng laughed. "I can transfer this expensive fee to you for free." "Major General Hua, what do you want to transfer to our boss?" The middle-aged driver, who was driving in front, turned around and interrupted at the right time, breaking the tension between He Xiaoheng and Vladimir. Vladimir snorted and glared at the middle-aged driver. "Drive properly. What does the transfer have to do with you?" The middle-aged driver shrugged. "I was just asking." He Xiaoheng said gently, "Head count bounty. Your boss thinks his head is worthless, so he wants to exchange it with me." "Sigh. Exchange for what? You're better than me, and your head is worth more than mine." "I admit it." Vladimir lowered his head and continued to look at the accounts. He gradually narrowed his eyes. Major General Hua, are you related to the CF family that moved to Europe in the early years? The CF family in Europe? You mean the CF family from the Huaxiao Empire? Hua Xiaoheng was also a little surprised. His heart sank and his eyes dimmed. Yes, this CF family is famous in the KGB. Vladimir frowned. If it's them, a lot of things can be explained. For example, other than the CF family, he really couldn't think of any other really rich people in Europe who could afford to pay so much money to hire gangsters and use different tactics to deal with them. For the CF family, revealing some benefits through their fingers would allow an ordinary middle-class family to rise to the next level. But how could it be the CF family? Hua Xiaoheng frowned slightly and reached out his hand to Vladimir. Show me the text on your phone. Vladimir shook his head. Don't tell me you still don't believe me? Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He took Lena's phone for Vladimir and casually pressed a few buttons before logging in. He saw the message from the KGB headquarters. Based on existing and historical materials, the KGB's Intelligence Analysis Department had already determined that the client behind the gangster gunman was the CF family. Hua Xiaoheng calmly finished reading the text message and said in English, the client's fees came from a fund controlled by the CF family. The CF family might not even know the CF family's assets. In order to treat the descendants of the CF family equally, and to allow the descendants of the CF family to struggle in society and familiarize themselves with the rules of this society, the parents of the older generation of the CF family had reached an agreement with the school to donate a batch of sports equipment to the school every year, so that the students here would no longer be locked up in the ivory tower, ignorant of the outside world, and only thinking about the books of sages. That's right. The fact that the fund controlled by the CF family can flow to this gang is enough to prove that they are the masterminds behind the hunt for you. Vladimir clapped his hands and came to a conclusion in English. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat. She knew about Hua Xiaoheng's relationship with the CF family. Hua Xiaoheng's grandmother, Xie Xin, who had passed away more than 20 years ago, was the biological sister of the highest-ranking elders in the direct line of descent of the CF family. Xie Xin had kept a low profile all her life and rarely showed her face in public. Therefore, only a few family members knew about her family background. However, it was impossible for the KGB to not know about Hua Xiaoheng's relationship with the CF family. If they didn't even know about this, it could only be said that the KGB had regressed over the years. Because Gun Yinji knew about Hua Xiaoheng's relationship with the CF family, she definitely didn't think that the people who were after her and Hua Xiaoheng were the CF family. Gun Yinji shook her head. No way. Is that the only reason? What do you mean that's the only reason? Vladimir retorted. This is the most direct reason. Whether or not you value a person depends on the direction of the bank accounts. Because money doesn't lie. The more you spend, the more you'll empathize with the person you're spending money on. In the end, even if you spend all your money, you won't be willing to part with the things you've already spent money on. Gun Yinji only wanted to chuckle when she heard this. She raised her head, and her slender neck looked like a white swan. Vladimir, money can also lie, such as counterfeit money. Gun Yinji retorted first and knocked down Vladimir's analogy. Vladimir glared at her. You're arguing with me. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just being reasonable with you. Gun Yinji crossed her arms and leaned against the back of Vladimir's car seat in front of her. She smiled and said, also, the only thing you can find out is that this money came from the CF family's fund, right? Can you prove that the person who transferred the money from the CF family's fund to the gang is definitely a member of the CF family? If it's not a member of the CF family, it's also a close relative or a very trusted subordinate. This kind of person is no different from the CF family personally taking action, right? Vladimir was still stubbornly resisting and trying to argue with Gun Yinji, who was famous for being a big lawyer. That's impossible. Gun Yinji leaned back in her seat and shrugged. Vladimir, for a fund, once it's established, it's only controlled by the terms of the fund and not by the person who established the fund. This is the basic legal basis of the fund. So if you insist that because the money was transferred from the CF family's fund, the client must be a member of the CF family, there are too many loopholes in this argument, and you're ignorant of the law. Vladimir was so angry at Gunyinji that the hair on his face almost stood on end. Then even if it's not a member of the CF family, it's still someone related to them. Find out when the CF family's fund was established and who the investors and beneficiaries are. Vladimir immediately gave the order. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Lena's phone without saying a word. After a long while, he returned the phone to Lena, then took out his own phone and called his uncle from the CF family. This was the second watch of the day. Chapter 1261, Angry Pufferfish. It was the third watch at around 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi. Chapter 1272. One uncle, Xie, didn't answer for a long time. Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. He couldn't figure out where Uncle Xie was right now. Was it inconvenient for him to answer the phone because of the time difference? Because he knew that although the CF family settled in Europe, the CF family business was big. The men and women of the CF family all had their own careers and often traveled all over the blue planet. So he sent a text message. I'm Xiaoheng. Call me when you're free. I have something to ask. He put away his phone and heard that Gunyinji was still arguing with Vladimir about the control of the trust fund. He calmly stopped Gunyinji. Nianji, Vladimir, and the others are professionals. You have to humbly ask for advice. Gunyinji came back to her senses and stopped arguing with Vladimir. She saw that Vladimir was so angry with her that he was also a little amused. She lowered her head and thought for a moment. She took out the Polaroid that she had just put away and said to Vladimir sweetly, Mr. Vladimir, I'll take a photo of you. Will you sign it for me? Vladimir then turned around. Although his face was still expressionless, his heart was already blooming with joy. Small fry, you finally remembered to ask for my autograph. Previously, they had even asked for Ivan's autograph photo, but not him. He refused to accept this. Gunyinji took several photos of Vladimir with a Polaroid and printed them out. She picked the one with the best angle for him to sign. After signing, Gunyinji put away the Polaroid and gave the two of them another red packet. She then looked at Lena, who was sitting next to her, and asked with a smile, Lena, what's your phone number? Do you have a WeChat ID or QQ ID? Add me as a friend, and I'll send you a red packet. Lena looked at her calmly and shook her head. I don't have a WeChat ID or QQ ID. According to the rules, we are not allowed to have such social media accounts. Gunyinji exclaimed in her heart and glanced at Vladimir and the driver. Both of them lowered their heads as if they hadn't heard Lena's words. Gunyinji asked curiously, Really? Are all KGB agents not allowed to have social media accounts? Do you have a phone number? Lena lowered her eyelids and said a phone number. She then said, This is the number from the bureau. It's monitored 24 hours a day. Not everyone in the KGB couldn't have social media accounts. High-ranking officials and insignificant people who don't hold key positions in the operation team are allowed to have their own private social media accounts. The middle-aged driver felt stifled. He was the kind of person who was insignificant and didn't take on a key role in the operation team. Vladimir was, of course, a high-ranking member of the KGB. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he was in a good mood. Gunyinji replied with an "oh" and didn't say anything else. There was a moment of silence in the jeep as it led the KGB convoy on the sparsely populated road. In 2 hours, they would arrive at their destination, Tunguska, Siberia. Before long, Hua Xiaoheng's phone vibrated. He took it out and looked at it. It was a text message from Uncle Xie. It seemed like it was not convenient to make a call. Hua Xiaoheng used text messages to exchange information with him. When he found out that the Xie family's trust fund had paid for the Russian mafia to kill Hua Xiaoheng, the uncle of the Xie family was shocked and sent a lot of exclamation marks. He finally couldn't take it anymore and found a place to call Hua Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng, that's impossible. Why would we hire the Russian mafia to kill you? Even if we wanted to deal with you, why would we need to hire the Russian mafia? The uncle of the Xie family's voice was clear and melodious. Just from his voice, One would never imagine that he was almost 50 years old. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. I know. I just want to find out what's going on with this trust fund. He sent the trust fund's bank account number to the uncle of the CF family. Wait a minute. I'll get someone to check it out. The call ended. Hua Xiaoheng played with his phone and thought about possible candidates. Without a doubt, Luo Jialan's name entered his sights again. Hua Xiaoheng sent another text message to In Shixiang. Big Xiong, how's the background check on Luo Jialan going? In Shixiang replied instantly. Luo Jialan's experience in Europe last year was a little strange. I'm investigating it in detail. That was when Luo Jialan accompanied grandfather Hua to the CF family in Europe to relax. Was there something else going on at that time? Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and continued to ask, what's strange about it? In Shixiang replied, she transferred money to a Swiss bank account. That account was the bank account of a police chief in the Roslau area. The police chief's name was York, and his stepson was Seth. He couldn't believe he saw this name here. Hua Xiaoheng didn't bat an eyelid. His fingers rubbed the screen of his phone, and he typed a reply. Continue to investigate. Don't let go of any clues. At the same time, monitor Luo Jialan 24 hours a day. Get the court to get a search warrant and search all of her assets. The police chief of the Roslau area, York, was almost directly related to Gunyinji's accident in Germany. Seth had already been killed. Although York had been removed from his post, he was immediately transferred to the police academy in Roslau to be the principal. Later, he was exposed to corruption and bribery, so he was completely removed from his post. He Jichu and Gunyinji joined forces to file a lawsuit against him, so he was sent to the detention center. However, he was killed in the detention center before he could be sentenced. It turned out that from that time on, Luo Jialan had been involved in the conspiracy against Gunyinji. After the balance in York's Swiss bank account was exposed, the astronomical amount of money left a deep impression on many people. There was actually money from his CF family's trust fund in there. Although he knew it wasn't the CF family's fault, Hua Xiaoheng still felt a chill rise from the bottom of his heart. How much did the person who was targeting Gunyinji hate her? All the conspiracies against Gunyinji not only had the goal of destroying her physically, but also mentally. After all, Hua Xiaoheng was Gunyinji's pillar of support. If that conspiracy had succeeded, that person would have definitely let Gunyinji know that the CF family's trust fund had also contributed money and effort. That way, she would inevitably think of Hua Xiaoheng. She wouldn't even be able to die in peace. What exactly had Gunyinji done to have such a huge grudge with someone? She had been with Hua Xiaoheng since she was 12 years old. In the past 7 or 8 years, Hua Xiaoheng could guarantee that Gunyinji hadn't done anything shameful. That was before she was 12 years old. But before the age of 12, Gunyinji was just a child, and judging from her nature, she wasn't the kind of naughty child who was born to be mischievous. What could such an honest little girl do to make people hate her for 7 or 8 years, or even more than 10 years? Hua Xiaoheng didn't believe that it was Gunyinji's problem at all. He only had one conclusion. Someone hated Gunyinji so much that they had lost their rationality and gone crazy. This was the third update of the day. Chapter 1262, Unexpected Gains. It was the end of the month, so he was begging for a wave of monthly votes. Good night, my dears. Chapter 1273. After texting Yin Shixiang, Hua Xiaoheng put away his phone and quietly looked at Gunyinji. Gunyinji was completely oblivious. She also lowered her head to play with her phone. She checked Lena's phone number. Sure enough, she didn't have WeChat installed. She felt a little regretful, but she didn't force it. This young lady was so cool that Gunyinji felt that if she continued asking, it would become harassment. How could she do something so tasteless? Since the other party wasn't interested, she didn't want to nag anymore. The only person she had ever pestered was Hua Xiaoheng. Gunyinji's thoughts returned to the time when she was testing Hua Xiaoheng in every possible way. He couldn't help but smile. The beauty of love is that when you reminisce about it, you will involuntarily smile. Gunyinji's smile was like honey, exuding an alluring sweetness that made people want to taste it. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flickered as he took in her smile and closed his eyes. Although he was still thinking nervously, the corners of his lips had already curved into a smile. At the same time, he reached out and squeezed Gunyinji's hand. Gunyinji looked up at him and saw that his eyes were closed. She asked, "Tired? If you're tired, take a nap. I'll wake you up when we arrive." Gunyinji withdrew her hand and patted Hui Xiaoheng's shoulder. And she thought about what Lena had said just now. It must have hurt the driver a lot. Her heart skipped a beat, and her fingers had already uncontrollably opened QQ to send another exclusive red packet to the middle-aged driver. She didn't have much money left in her wallet. For the time being, she could only send a red packet of 66 yuan. On it was written, "Whether it's important or not depends on the red packet." The chauffeur was driving and didn't know that Gunyinji had sent him another red packet. However, Vladimir was looking at his phone. He couldn't help but see a red packet coming in from QQ's discussion group. He quickly switched over without batting an eyelid. It was another exclusive red envelope. Vladimir stared at the words, "It's up to the red envelope to decide whether it's important or not." His high spirits immediately fell to the bottom. He glanced at the middle-aged driver from the corner of his eyes and snorted through his nose before putting his phone away. Out of sight, out of mind. Gunyinji put away her phone with a smile and said, "My phone is almost out of battery, so I'm not going to play with it for now. I have to charge it immediately when we get off the bus and arrive at our destination." No one in the carriage answered her. Gunyinji felt a little awkward. People who liked to chat were most afraid of a sudden silence. It was as if a topic terminator had suddenly appeared in a lively group chat, and then no one spoke. The middle-aged driver hurriedly said, "Is the battery dead? I can recharge it here." "Serious? Give me your phone. I'll charge it for you." "Ah." "Really? Thank you, Uncle Ivan." Gunyinji smiled. "I didn't send you a red packet in vain." Another red envelope? An exclusive. The middle-aged driver's spirits were lifted. The suffocating feeling of being called insignificant suddenly vanished, and he laughed like an engine. Such a cheerful person would never suffer a loss no matter where he went. Gunyinji thought with a smile. Lena sat next to Gunyinji and didn't say anything. Her presence was at its lowest at this moment. Even her breathing could not be heard. Although she was sitting there, she did not have any human emotions. She was like a piece of furniture or a car accessory. Gunyinji was the complete opposite. Wherever she was, her presence couldn't be ignored. The middle-aged driver happened to be the same kind of person, so the two of them were born to get along. Inside the Jeep, Gunyinji and the chauffeur chatted happily with one another. "Uncle Ivan, how many children do you have?" "Haha, I have two, a son and a daughter. Vladimir can't compare to me in this aspect." The middle-aged driver was very proud and didn't forget to help his boss make his presence felt. But this kind of presence, whoever wanted it could take it. Vladimir was irritable. Gunyinji sat in the back and couldn't see Vladimir's almost black face. She still smiled and said, "Huh? Really? Vladimir only has one child, so he's not as good as you?" In terms of a number of children, of course one wasn't as good as two. "Ha ha, he doesn't have a single one." The middle-aged driver was so excited that he honked a few times. Gunyinji, it seemed like she had asked something she shouldn't have. Gunyinji didn't want to reveal his privacy, so she quickly changed the topic. However, the middle-aged driver refused to let go of the topic. He laughed and said, "Vladimir has a high goal. He still doesn't have a girlfriend. How can he have children?" Gunyinji, she couldn't take it anymore. Her gossipy soul was burning. Gunyinji quickly asked again, "Vladimir doesn't have a girlfriend?" "No way. He's so powerful, so manly and handsome. Why doesn't he even have a girlfriend?" She tilted her head to look at Vladimir and asked, "Do you have especially high standards?" "Actually, you don't have to do that. Just find someone you like." Hui Xiaoheng remained silent at the side. He only pursed his lips when he heard manly and handsome. It seemed like he had to increase Nyinji's vocabulary. Hui Xiaoheng silently thought to himself, "Can't you be a little more creative when you praise everyone as manly and handsome?" Vladimir had been very dejected when he heard this topic and had almost told the two of them to shut up several times. However, When he heard Gun Yinji say that he was manly and handsome, he felt as if he was floating in the air. He curled the corners of his lips and said with a smile, "Yes, just find someone you like." But it's too difficult to find someone you like. As he spoke, he deliberately turned around to glance at Hua Xiaoheng, then said sincerely to Gun Yinji, "Serious. Do you know that men in our line of work are almost immune to women? It's not easy to fall in love with someone." "Huh? How can you be immune?" Gun Yinji expressed her confusion. "Have you never liked other women?" "Never? It's not that I haven't. It's just that after being in this line of work for so long, sometimes I can't tell whether I'm sincere or not. I can't tell whether I'm sincere or not." Vladimir emphasized and smiled mischievously. "If you don't believe me, ask Major General Hua. When he was on a mission back then, he saw many beautiful swallows and handsome crows. It's too easy to turn fake into real. Also, anti-beauty training is also a standard in our line of work." His thoughts were indeed based on his feelings. He was still sincere to Gun Yinji, but at the same time, he was also bad-mouthing Hua Xiaoheng in front of Gun Yinji and making things difficult for him. Gun Yinji instantly understood and wouldn't let him have his way. She patted Vladimir on the shoulder and said sympathetically, "Don't be discouraged. This means that your level isn't high enough. You need to practice more to be able to tell the difference between real and fake. For example, our Major General Hua definitely wouldn't be like you. He can't even tell the difference between real and fake." Then he added, "No wonder the KGB's reputation has been different recently. They've been surpassed by our country's special operations forces. It's obvious that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked." Vladimir's smirk froze on his face. How could Gun Yinji's words be so hurtful? She even purposely stabbed him in the heart. The middle-aged driver, on the other hand, was laughing so hard that he almost drove the car into a ditch. Vladimir flew into a rage out of humiliation. He turned around abruptly and waved his fist at the middle-aged driver. He said fiercely, "Drive properly. Laugh your ass." Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow. Huh? How dare he speak ill of Major General Hua in front of her? Did he think she was stupid or that she was too soft-hearted? Hua Xiaoheng's eyes were still closed, but the smile on his lips gradually widened. Lena finally looked at Gun Yinji seriously. She lowered her eyes and thought for a while, then said stiffly, "Lieutenant General Vladimir is very popular, and there are many women who like him. Lieutenant General Vladimir is willing to devote all his attention to his work and doesn't have any extra time to think about personal matters." Gun Yinji's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect such a cool lady to know how to flatter. Although it was a little stiff, it was good that it worked. At least Vladimir liked it very much. Gun Yinji could see that the tips of Vladimir's ears were red, and he had been secretly moving. The middle-aged driver didn't expect Lena, who was usually a quiet killing machine, to actually speak up for Vladimir. As far as he knew, Vladimir had some special feelings for Lena. It was quite boastful. Gun Yinji looked at Vladimir, then at Lena. She seemed to have sensed something unusual. However, it would be a little too much to gossip about. Gun Yinji wouldn't admit it even if she was beaten to death. She was actually afraid that the lady who could fire the RGP-7 rocket launcher would get angry and fire one at her as well. Of course, she had to quickly change the topic. Gun Yinji rolled her eyes and looked out of the car window. Looking at the scenery outside, she suddenly pushed Hua Xiaoheng, who was resting with his eyes closed, and said in surprise, "Major General Hua, look, that lake is so beautiful. It's so blue. It's even bigger and more beautiful than the lake I saw in the Alps." The middle-aged driver also looked out of the car window and said with a smile, "That's Lake Baikal." Lake Baikal was the largest freshwater lake on the entire blue planet. Naturally, the small lakes in the Alps couldn't compare to it. The scenery was picturesque, and the blue sky was reflected in the lake. It was even more intense and clear than the blue of the sea. In fact, this was only the northernmost tip of Lake Baikal. After crossing the northernmost tip of Lake Baikal, they would enter the Tunguska region. It was just a glimpse, but it had already left a deep impression. It was like a peerless beauty shrouded in a veil. The breeze blew the veil away, revealing the impeccable jawline. It was enough to intoxicate people. Gunyinji clicked her tongue. If I have a chance, I'll go for a walk by the lake. The middle-aged driver quickly said, Why don't we go now? Why should we go? Do you really think you're here on a sightseeing trip? Vladimir said angrily. Our country's physicists and the Huaxiao Empire's physicists have already gathered in the Tunguska region. We, who are protecting them, are still wasting time on the road. Doesn't your conscience hurt? This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1263, It's Not Easy to Like Someone. The second update was around 1 in the afternoon, and the third update was around 8 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1274. Gunyinji's eyes narrowed, and she instinctively turned to look at Huaxiaoheng. She knew that Song Jining was in the Tunguska region, but she didn't know that the Russian physicist was also in the Tunguska region. What were they going to do? In the KGB's personal protection, it probably wasn't that simple. Huaxiaoheng opened his eyes and patted Gunyinji's head, then pressed her into his arms. As if he understood her confusion, he said calmly, They can do their research, and we can do ours. There's no conflict. Gunyinji knew that Huaxiaoheng wasn't telling the truth. She pursed her lips and rubbed her head in Huaxiaoheng's arms, but she didn't continue asking. Many of the people accompanying Song Jining were field personnel from the Special Operations Forces, so Huaxiaoheng wasn't worried about Song Jining's safety. However, the fact that Russian scientists had also interfered was indeed beyond his expectations. However, he was used to keeping a straight face, so although he was surprised, he didn't say anything. It was as if he had already known about all this. Vladimir's expression was a little ugly. He had kept the news secret for so long. Did Huaxiaoheng already know? In fact, not only were Huaxiaoheng and Gunyinji surprised, but even the driver and Lena were surprised. You mean, we still have a mission, not to protect her? Lena pointed at Gunyinji. But to protect our country's scientists? Vladimir's expression became amiable as soon as he spoke to Lena. He nodded. Yes, you're mainly responsible for protecting Sirius, and the rest of the operation team is responsible for protecting the scientists from both countries. As he spoke, Vladimir glanced at Huaxiaoheng. Of course, Major General Hua should have made arrangements, so our main task is to protect our country's scientists. Huaxiaoheng shook his head calmly. Our country scientists are doing field surveys in your country. Don't you also have to protect their personal safety? Vladimir didn't believe Huaxiaoheng's words, but he still had to put on a show. He nodded solemnly. Got it. We will protect your country's scientists. Huaxiaoheng looked down at Gunyinji and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. He had taken Gunyinji to the Tunguska region because he wanted to take her out on a trip. Of course, he also wanted her to spend more time with Song Jining. Song Jining had always liked Gunyinji. After the two of them got to know each other, they would get along better. Because Vladimir wasn't very happy, Gunyinji didn't mention going to see Lake Baikal again. However, she took out her phone and texted Huaxiaoheng. You have to go to Lake Baikal with me alone in the future. Huaxiaoheng felt his phone vibrate. He took it out and was speechless. He looked down at Gunyinji, who was nestled in his arms and texting him energetically. His lips curled into a smile, and his left hand pressed, okay. It was a simple word, but Gunyinji was immediately happy. She sent a kiss emoji to Huaxiaoheng. Huaxiaoheng put his phone away as if nothing had happened and wrapped his arms around her. Go to sleep. I'll wake you up when we get there. Gunyinji felt strange when she heard that. She was the one who had just said something to Huaxiaoheng, so why was it being returned to her so quickly? However, she did not struggle. The middle-aged driver heard it from the front and drove at a steady and even speed. There were no bumps at all. Gunyinji gradually fell asleep amidst the long rhythm of the Jeep's natural ups and downs. After she fell asleep, no one in the car spoke. Occasionally, when Vladimir coughed, the middle-aged driver would glance at him and remind him in a low voice, Sirius is sleeping. Don't wake her up. Vladimir had no intention of waking Gunyinji up, but he had only cleared his throat. Couldn't he even satisfy such a basic physiological need? He was so angry that he turned into a pufferfish again. The jeep sped along with the 3 modified Hummers and finally arrived at the place where the big explosion in the Tunguska region had occurred before sunset. Lena jumped out of the car first and asked for a simple instrument to measure it. She said expressionlessly, 60, 55 degrees north latitude, 101, 57 degrees east longitude, and the Tunguska River is in front of us. This was the place where the big explosion happened. The epicenter of the explosion that happened more than 100 years ago was right here. Hua Xiaoheng stroked Gunyinji's head and whispered in her ear, "We're here." After a while, Gunyinji opened her eyes and looked around blankly. The jeep had stopped, and she was not used to it. "We're here?" Gunyinji rubbed her eyes and sat up straight. She stuck her head out and looked out, just in time to see the golden afterglow of the setting sun shining on the distant hills. The mountains in the distance were undulating, and there were towering trees everywhere. Their branches and leaves were thick, and the setting sun was like a beautiful red bloodstone falling among the mountains. Nearby, however, was a round plain. Trees from high to low surrounded the area. Their car was parked at the entrance to the circular plain. Gunyinji looked around and was very curious. "This is where the Tunguska explosion happened?" "Yes." Hua Xiaoheng opened the door and got out. Gunyinji followed. The two of them stood in front of the car. The afterglow of the setting sun shone from behind them, overlapping their shadows and stretching them out. Gunyinji took a deep breath and breathed in the fresh air in the forest. She asked softly, "Didn't they say that the physicists from both countries are here? Why don't I see anyone?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at Vladimir next to him and asked with a smile, "Do you know where the camp is?" Vladimir took out his phone and contacted his own people. He pointed to the south and said, "There's a resort villa over there. The physicists and entourage from both countries are staying there. However, in order not to miss the observation period, the scientists have decided to camp here for a month." "Huh? Are we going camping?" Gunyinji was happy. This was more like a field trip. Moreover, there was a resort villa here, which couldn't be better. They could sleep in tents and barbecue in the wild, but they still had to bathe and wash their hair at the resort villa. Hua Xiaoheng knew what Gunyinji was thinking as soon as he saw her expression. "Then we also have to book a few rooms at the resort villa," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. "We're only staying here for 2 weeks. We can't advance and retreat with the physicists." It's fine. Leave the security here to us. You can rest assured." Vladimir agreed immediately. He dialed the resort villa's number and booked a few rooms. Hua Xiaoheng looked down and thought about it. He sent a text message to Vladimir asking him not to mention to the physicists from the Huaxia Empire that they had encountered danger on the road today. Yes. Don't say it. Vladimir nodded like he was pounding garlic. He finally booked a room. Because there were a lot of physicists and entourage who had come this time, although it wasn't the peak season for the resort villa, it was still mostly occupied by them. Vladimir used his status as the second in command of the KGB to book the last 3 rooms. After putting away the phone, Vladimir said with a straight face, "There are only 3 rooms left. Ivan and I will share a room, Sirius and Major General Hua will share a room, and Lena will share a room." Gunyinji blinked. This Vladimir was quite impressive. He didn't even discuss it with them before happily deciding on their accommodation. However, it was a good arrangement, so Gunyinji didn't object. However, Lena looked at her and said to Vladimir, "Then do I still need to protect this Miss Sirius?" Vladimir came back to his senses and laughed. "Oh my, that's not a coincidence. What should we do? Major General Hua, do you agree? Let your precious fiancée share a room with Lena. You can stay in a room by yourself." Hua Xiaoheng shook his head calmly. "Of course not. What you said before is quite good. Sirius and I will share a room, and you and Ivan will share a room. Major Lena can stay in a room by herself. Or, if she doesn't want to stay alone, she can share a room with you, Vladimir." Vladimir's face instantly turned red. He flicked his sleeves and left. He said, "It's getting late. Hurry up and go to the villa to wash up and then have dinner. Why don't we stay at the villa for the night?" It seemed a little late to pitch a tent now. As soon as it got dark in this area, the temperature dropped very quickly. Without a warm tent, it was basically impossible to survive the night here. Hua Xiaoheng was a little worried about Song Jining. He didn't want to stay at the resort, not even for one night. Gun Yinji didn't want to stay at the resort either. She was more interested in camping in the wild. She walked forward excitedly, wanting to find a better place to camp. The forest in front of her became wider and wider, and the wilderness gradually appeared in front of her. This was the second watch of the day. Chapter 1264. The stars hang over the plains. It was the third watch at around 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi. Chapter 1275. Gun Yinji slowly walked down from the semi-low hillside and stood in the middle of the hillside. She found that she could see the entire circular plain from this angle. This place wasn't a very regular circle, but it was roughly the same as a circle. There were obvious traces of a shockwave caused by the huge explosion on the plain, and the trees had fallen in one direction. More than 100 years had passed, and tall trees still couldn't grow in this place. There were only low shrubs and green lawns. The afterglow of the setting sun shone over, and Gun Yinji narrowed her eyes. She found that there was a huge circular crater in the slightly sunken basin plain in the middle. This must have been the area directly affected by the Tunguska explosion that year. The power of the explosion was equivalent to 20 million tons of TNT, and it had directly smashed a sinkhole in the forest. The sky was getting darker, and the setting sun was getting redder. From Gun Yinji's angle, she couldn't see what was inside the giant circular crater. The giant crater wasn't dark but blue. The dark blue seemed to be able to glow, and it was also like the ultimate rays of the universe, intersecting on this almost forgotten land. Gun Yinji was fascinated by it. It wasn't until Hua Xiaoheng patted her shoulder that she came back to her senses. She turned her head and smiled. She pointed at the giant circular crater and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Look, that's where the Tunguska explosion happened, right?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "That's right. The meteorite fell from the sky, and after the explosion, it smashed a huge crater in the ground." It seemed like Hua Xiaoheng believed in the comet-meteorite impact theory. Gun Yinji pointed at the giant circular crater and asked curiously, "Why do you think that giant crater isn't black but blue?" "It's blue because there's water in the giant crater. The water vapor evaporated, and under the setting sun, the water vapor refracted the color of the sky. It's a darker blue like this." It wasn't Hua Xiaoheng who answered Gun Yinji's question, but Song Jining, who had just walked over from behind them. Gun Yinji turned around and was overjoyed. "Ms. Song, I finally see you." Hua Xiaoheng was also a little surprised to see Song Jining. "I heard that you and other scientists went over there to investigate Lake Kiko." Lake Cheko was a lake about 8 kilometers away from here. It was said that meteorite fragments had fallen into the lake, but that was just a legend. They still needed to find evidence from the lake. Song Jining smiled and said, "I went to investigate Lake Chika, but there were a lot of things and a lot of people there. I don't think there's any evidence there, so I came back." Obviously, Song Jining didn't believe in the meteorite impact theory. Gun Yinji held Song Jining's arm affectionately. "Ms. Song, you came at the right time. I was just wondering why the huge circular pit was blue. Actually, it's not that the crater is blue, but that there's a large amount of water in the crater. The water vapor that evaporates during the day is condensed in the air and reflected by the setting sun. It's the same color as the sea in front of everyone. It was too beautiful to be real." Song Jining patiently explained to Gun Yinji. Her attitude was very kind and friendly. She already knew that Hua Xiaoheng was engaged to Gun Yinji. She had always liked Gun Yinji very much and now treated her like her own daughter. Hua Xiaoheng carefully observed Song Jining's expression and knew that she probably didn't know what had happened on the way. Because they had encountered danger on the way, Hua Xiaoheng had already instructed Vladimir not to mention it to the Huaxia Empire's physicists. Now, it seemed that Vladimir had kept his promise. When Gunyinji heard Song Jining say that it was the same color as the sea, she suddenly let out an ah and said in surprise, "Major General Hua, look at this huge circular crater. It's so blue. Doesn't it look like the blue hole we saw in the Caribbean Sea?" Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat, and he focused his gaze. The huge blue circular crater really did look like the blue hole in the Caribbean Sea. Blue hole? Is it the blue hole with electric arcs that you saw in the Caribbean Sea? Song Jining also recalled the uncanny workmanship of nature that they had seen in the East Sea a while ago, and a mysterious smile appeared on her face. At that moment, Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng both thought of the blue hole that flashed with bluish-purple lightning in the East Sea. "It's different," Gunyinji said silently in her heart. The blue hole in the Caribbean Sea should have been naturally formed. Gu Xiangwen had used it to install an electric fence to enclose that area of the sea. The uncanny workmanship of nature in the East Sea had been artificially created by Gunyinji and Song Jining using the high-energy magnetic field that the Japanese scientists had obtained from somewhere to convert the magnetic field into electricity. The huge circular crater that had appeared here after the Tunguska explosion, which was similar to the blue hole in the sea, must have been created for a different reason. But why did it look so similar to the naturally formed blue hole in the Caribbean Sea from its appearance? Gunyinji couldn't help taking out her phone and taking a picture of the huge circular crater. She then pulled up the image comparison app and placed the photos side by side with the photos of the blue hole in the Caribbean Sea. At a glance, the two places looked even more similar. Of course, there were also differences. The biggest difference was that the two places appeared in different locations. One appeared in the vast forest, and the other appeared in the vast sea. Gunyinji showed the comparison photos to Song Jining, hoping that her professional eyes would be able to see more things. "Ms. Song, look, don't you think it's very similar? This is the blue hole in the Caribbean Sea." Song Jining was excited. This is the true uncanny workmanship of nature. She looked at it silently for a while and sighed. It's indeed very similar. However, only little Nyinji could think of the similarities between the two. How could ordinary people imagine the sea and the plains together? You can't say that. Gunyinji felt that she should be humble in front of Ms. Song. The sea can turn into mulberry fields. It's possible for things on the sea to appear on land, and things on land to appear at the bottom of the sea. Of course it's possible, but it takes hundreds of millions of years of crustal movement for the sea to turn into mulberry fields. Do you think that in just over 100 years, it's enough to turn the sea into mulberry fields? When it came to science, Song Jining was exceptionally rigorous and sharp. Gunyinji smiled embarrassedly. She hugged Song Jining's arm and shook it. "Miss Song, you're amazing. I'm impressed. Don't try to flatter me." Song Jining liked Gunyinji's personality very much. It was rare for a little girl like her to have such a background, but she wasn't stubborn at all. She wasn't as sensitive as a hedgehog. If others didn't take care of her sensitive little heart, she would be depressed and hurt. Hua Xiaoheng was silent at the side, but he was in an exceptionally good mood. The forest in front of him was like the blue sky after the rain. The color was green and tender, and the blue circular pit looked very pleasing to the eye. Gunyinji opened her curvy lips slightly and said very cutely, "I'm telling the truth. I'm not flattering you. Besides, there's a specialization in every industry. I'm convinced that you're beating me in this aspect." "All right, look at that mouth of yours." Song Jining laughed. "What did you eat growing up? Honey?" "Yes, nature's pure natural wild honey has the special effect of prolonging life, beautifying beauty, nourishing and nourishing the kidneys." "Ms. Song, do you want to eat it together?" Gunyinji winked at Song Jining and moved her little face closer, as if she was offering herself up for Song Jining to taste. Song Jining glanced at Hua Xiaoheng beside her and poked Gunyinji's tender cheek with her finger. She said kindly, I'm not eating it. It's better to leave it for Xiaoheng to eat. She then winked. Gun Yinji's face instantly turned red. How could Miss Song say such things? Had the strict and incisive attitude just now run away from home? This was the third chapter of the day. Chapter 1265. There's a specialization in every industry. Moi, you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.